Hey everyone, we are reconvening to the 6 p.m. January 21st open session. Our city council meeting. And Mr. City Attorney, can you let us know of any action taken in closed session?
Yes, Mayor. As announced previously, the City Council went into closed session to discuss two separate items identified on the agenda: real property negotiations, and it had a conference with its labor negotiators. Section B, the council gave direction regarding the labor negotiations. There was no other reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've called this meeting to order.
Adjourn them to a special meeting.
I have to adjourn that meeting?
Yes.
Okay. I've got lots of scripts up here. So that closed session is adjourned. Adjourned. It's adjourned. It's just done. Okay. All right, we're going to try this again. We are going to have a pledge to the flag, and I have two people who are going to help me with that, and that is Sophia and Atlas Carvel, sisters.
What?
Who are pinch hitting for us.
Please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Stay up here for a second. Whoa. Sophia, come back. Now, you two are sisters, and presumably you are the older sister. This is Sophia and Atlas. And Sophia, where do you go to school?
MBMS,
What grade are you in?
7th grade.
And how about you, Atlas?
I go to Penny Camp, and I'm in 4th grade.
I want to thank you guys so much. In fact, I have certificates for you. I believe this will be the first of many certificates for you. And city pins. Here we go. And if you'd like to, do you have anyone here in the audience that maybe you'd like to, say hi to or thank?
I would like to thank my parents over there in the back for being very nice and kind to me.
That's excellent. Thank you. Why don't we'll come in here and we'll get a picture. Can we get a picture? Or can we see them over the chairs? Okay. You guys come up here. I don't know come on in. Neither do I. Just roll with it. Here we go.
Everyone look up here.
Thanks very much. Okay. And Madam City Clerk, if you could do the roll call.
Councilmember Franklin?
Here.
Councilmember Tarnay?
Here.
Councilmember Sherillian?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser?
Here.
Mayor Howard?
Here. All right. And now I'm going to make a few comments before the ceremonial calendar. When we planned tonight's agenda, it was a very different time, right? It was the holidays. And the devastating Palisades and Eaton fires had not only not happened, they were unimaginable. So since it was the holiday season, I was struck by the wonderful traditions we have here in Manhattan Beach, and frankly, that I think we take for granted. And I think most residents assume that everything that happens, from the Santa float, the fireworks, the trees on the pier, are done by the city. And that's just not true. There's real normal people out there who make all of this happen, in addition to our wonderful Public Works Department. So tonight I wanted to take this opportunity as our first meeting of the new year to really shine a light on some residents who make these really special traditions that we do possible. And in addition to these residents, I just have to give a shout out always to Jill Lampkin of the Downtown Business Association. Right? Look at that. And she hates it when I do it, so that's why I do it. But she really does have a hand in so many of these things that we cherish. So remember that the small businesses in your downtown and the restaurants make all of this possible, so please support them. So first of all, I'm going to come back here. And am I on? Hello, hello. If we could have Paul Curry join us down here. Because I need to thank the elves who make Santa's visit to our fair city possible. And Paul has been the head elf in a way for a long time. Hi, Paul. Thank you so much for letting us honor you. So before I talk about what Paul has done on the Santa float, I just need you to know, first of all, he retired from Hughes and Raytheon in 2002 after a 30-year career. So he switched careers to volunteering in Manhattan Beach back in about 2002, 2003. And so during that time, Paul's volunteered up to as many as 2,000 hours per year. Per year. Yeah, thank you. A lot of it as a police volunteer. He's one of the founders of the Manhattan Beach Community Emergency Response Team, which we call MB-CERT. Not only was he a founder, he served on the board for many years, and the one volunteer that you're going to keep doing is being our ham radio operator, correct? Okay, that's what they told us. Okay. He's been a lead worker at the polls for elections. But in 2004, he became a police support volunteer, and in that capacity did a number of things, from keeping us safe from the six-man crowds, helping out at six-man, et cetera. But really, tonight I really want to focus on his efforts for the Santa float, because he's really done some extraordinary things. I told you he worked at Hughes and Raytheon, so he's an engineer, correct? Correct. So as part of being on the Santa float, he decided, well, why isn't all of this digitized? Why isn't there a website? Why isn't there a Santa tracker? Why have we not? I'm giving you a lot of credit. I know Steve helped too, but we're going to give you most of the credit. Why don't we work with the school district and make sure that we have the routes so that everybody, all the kids, get a visit, right? Why aren't we checking with the school district to find out where the most kids are? Why are we not driving around every single day and checking to make sure the route is clear of obstacles like cars and tight corners, et cetera, every single day? And after every single night of the Santa float, why aren't we taking notes and putting those in a database? Like, hey, on this route, there's a lot of kids. On this route, not so many. On this route, there's a really good party. On this route, maybe they let Santa's elves use the facilities, if you will. You made notes every single night. You drove the route ahead of time to make sure this happened. How many hours do you think it takes for one man to do all of this so that Santa, our beloved Santa float, can visit? That's 400 hours a year. 400 hours a year so we can have Santa. Yeah, thank you. Let's clap for that. So there we are, City Council. It's been one of the greatest perks of being on City Council, right, is that we get to do the Santa sleigh and the joy that Santa sleigh has brought to people. And with your partnership with the Kiwanis Club, with Steve Carvel and Craig Kalinich, I had to mention you guys, it's really been such a success, and it's endured, and it's sustainable because of your efforts. So in 2024, after 20 years of a career of volunteering, you told Santa and the elves that you were going to retire. And it's going to take 2 volunteers now to do what you did. We're going to have Wendell Young and Anna Watson. I think they were going to be here tonight, but to step up and drive the truck and make sure that Santa's sleigh gets to all the kids. We're very grateful to them. But Paul, I just wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for the city with the Santa float and everything else. We cannot take this for granted. And we know that you and your wife, Carol, I believe you have 4 kids and 6 grandchildren, right? I think, and your daughter just got married, was it in the last year or so? And yeah, I learned that one night volunteering on the Santa float. We talked all about it. And so I know you're going to get to spend more time and be with them, and we're happy for you. But without you, I don't think the Santa float would be where it is today. And on behalf of all the children in Manhattan Beach, I want to thank you. So it's our honor to recognize you tonight.
My honor and privilege.
Yeah. Okay. You want to say anything, or? You deserve to.
It's been my honor, privilege, and pleasure to serve the Santa float, and I should feel guilty being up here, being recognized for it, because I've had that much pleasure. Probably my single biggest success with the Santa float has been bringing on a new person with Steve and the organization there. Basically, that's going to be the single biggest success in carrying on the legacy and keeping it running. So I appreciate Steve, and thank you. Thank you again.
So I'm going to ask my council colleagues to come down here. I do have a certificate for Steve. Steve would not let us shine a light on him, and that's kind of tells you the kind of people that are behind making these efforts happen for your community. But we do want to thank you, Steve, because you make a heck of an elf on that. You got Santa, you do everything, you make it happen. So, Steve, come down. Paul said you had to. I'm going to give you this. That was sort of ornery. Steve? And I'll give you a city pin, so it's not just your daughter's. But thank you, truly, for all that you do. Yeah. Should we scoot over this way a little bit? Sure. Yeah, that works. Yeah, scoot this way, guys. Sorry. It's a very awkward stage up here. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, here we go. A city pin.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
A city pin. Thank you, guys. See you next year.
Thank you so much.
Suitable for framing, I heard. Another holiday tradition. If we can have Brett Zebrowski. I saw you. Where are you? There you are. Oh, you're in like a suit jacket. I didn't quite recognize. Okay. Okay, so I think I read Brett. He took the long way. Oh, is there? Okay. So, we light up the pier at the holidays, and you also see the beautiful trees that line either side. Those are not provided by the city. Those are provided by Brett Zebrowski of Palm Realty. And they're beautiful. Oh, look, there's a picture. Imagine that. And not only are they there for a few days so that, to bring beauty, but then you offer people the opportunity to purchase them. And can you tell us where those proceeds go to? Do you? Okay. Do you want me to say it? Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay. Sorry. Brett and his sister started a foundation. It's to end the stigma. Correct. Because their brother passed away from fentanyl poisoning. And it's important to end the stigma around this, talk about it, and they raise funds, and they've done a lot of good work. And I just think it's amazing. It's not just bringing beauty to us for a little bit of time and then going to people's homes, but then they continue the goodwill by making this donation. So he pays for these trees, and then the proceeds go to end the stigma. So taking that great pain and beautifying and warming our hearts, we're really, really grateful. So all for your brother Scott, correct? So sorry I did that to you. But I understand, but I also wanted to, I put that up so people could, I thought it had the website. It doesn't for To End the Stigma, but you could look up To End the Stigma if you'd like to still contribute to that foundation. And I think you have some family members here tonight. So would you like to point them out? Oh, look, there's my picture. Yay. If you'd like to point them out and mention your sister, that'd be great.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody. I wasn't prepared for that. It always gets me a little bit. But I've got my son, Austin, here, Austin Zebrowski, my daughter, Aubrey, and then my significant other, Elisa Rowe. My other son, Brett's in college. He can't be here. I think he's actually watching online. Just thank you. My sister, Jill, her twin brother, my brother, Scott, he passed away in 2017 from fentanyl poisoning. And so she has done an amazing job, and she is a rock star. She travels the country, and she created a foundation called To End the Stigma. And so we do this for Scott and for her charity. I don't talk about it. It's very difficult for me. So, but this is a way that I can give back for my brother and my sister. If you want to go to see the website, it's the number 2, the word endthestigma.com. They're doing amazing work. She's, like I said, she's in Washington, D.C. She's dealt with the prior president. She'll deal with the current president. She deals with the DA. She was in New York for the Purdue Pharma trials. She has done amazing work. She's an amazing person. And so this is just a way that I can help contribute not only to the city of Manhattan Beach, which I love, but to my sister and to a great cause. So thank you, everybody, for letting us be a part of that.
On behalf of the City Council, there's a certificate and an amazing pin, a beautiful pin. I'm going to get my colleagues down here. We're going to, do the picture. We have some colleagues who haven't done as many of these meetings, so they're like, what's going on? Great. Scoot in, people. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Madam City Clerk, the other resident that we're going to honor could not be here tonight, so we're going to honor Tom Moffett for the fireworks. But again, I appreciate my colleagues indulging. We try to keep ceremonial to a minimum, but I just thought it was so important that everybody understands, first of all, that you can make a difference, right? But what it takes to make this community special. And again, I'm going to bring it back around to what is happening in our county, in our city, greater city of Los Angeles. What are the things that you miss when you no longer have that community around? They will rebuild, I'm quite sure, and God forbid we ever have something, but I am just so grateful for what we do have. So thank you all. So moving on. You guys ready? Okay. Approval agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinance. What? Oh, darn it. I thought I was doing it. It's been a long day. We've been here since 3:30. Okay. It's right on my agenda, though. So, also, it is National Catholic Schools Week from January 26th to February 1st. And since this is the meeting that falls before it, I thought it would be wonderful if we could present a certificate to American Martyrs. So I believe Principal Christopher Knowles is here. Yay. Okay. So I have a proclamation. Okay. We have the wonderful American Martyrs School here in Manhattan Beach, and we appreciate the community that you guys have built up around the school. And so we are really honored to recognize and appreciate the incredible work in the education system provided by the Catholic schools in our community, especially American Martyrs, and the work you have and will continue to do for the residents of Manhattan Beach. Thank you. Is there, and you need
Great. Just me here tonight. Wanted to say thank you. I don't think we could have built the community that we have without being in such a rich community to begin with. So we appreciate all the work that the city does to help us. As a Catholic school, I know we're not, we are independent from your school district, but there's always so much support coming from the city and especially the Department of Public Works to help us out. And it's been, it's wonderful to provide service in many ways as we can to our community, and we really try to instill that in our students.
I think you do. I think we want a picture. All right. Okay. I know we do. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. I know Manhattan MBUSD has welcomed over 100 families from the Palisades and Eden fires. Can you tell us how many?
Yeah, it's been a really tough couple of weeks for me. I was a teacher and an administrator at Corpus Christi School for 11 years. And we've been able to welcome about 60 students from the Palisades area and with about 30 families. And there's still people reaching out. So thank you, Manhattan Beach. I know Redondo and Hermosa are also helping. Yeah. It's wonderful to the kind of support that we've shown. It's been interesting. I have a couple parents that were my former students now coming down, which makes me feel a little bit old, but it was really great. We had an orientation last week on Wednesday morning, and it was the first time that many people had seen each other since the fires, and just being able to provide a space for them to be in community was a special day.
That's great. Thank you, Councilmember Frank. Pull in. Okay. I'll get you a city pen. Were you rooting for Notre Dame last night?
I was.
Too bad. Go Bucks. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Okay. All right. I'm just going to do a double check here. I was moving a little too fast. All right. Colleagues, I need an approval of agenda and waiver of full reading.
So moved.
Okay. Been moved by Councilmember Lesser. Does anyone want to second it? And it's been seconded by Joe Franklin. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we have City Council and Community Organization announcements, 1 minute per person. So this is not public comment. This is when you tell us about what's going on in your organization. So please come on down.
Good evening. I'm John Roberts. I'm on the board of directors of the Roundhouse Aquarium. And I just want to make the notification that we're sponsoring a free public lecture on Tuesday, February 4th from 6 to 7 p.m. in the library next door. The lecture is titled Talkin' Trash. The speaker is John Dorsey, Emeritus Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering and Environmental Science at Loyola Marymount. He also has worked for the City of Los Angeles as a marine biologist, focusing on marine monitoring and stormwater management. He will talk about how the trash impacts the health and safety in Santa Monica Bay and what steps can be taken to reduce the trash and keep our beaches clean and pristine. So again, the talk is Tuesday, February 4th from 6 to 7 p.m. and the admission is free. So hope to see you all there.
Thank you,
There's
John.
a flyer, and there's John on a surfboard, and there's
Different John.
The Trash Interceptor 007 in Ballona Creek. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Josh Murray, and I am here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. I'd like to let the community know that we are having our free Saturday yoga series returning with Petra, taking place on Saturdays, January 25th, February 1st, and February 8th from 10:30 to 11:30 p.m. Join Petra Poshman for invigorating and relaxing yoga classes on select Saturday mornings this January and February. Bring your own mats, straps, and blocks, or borrow some of ours. And all levels are welcome. Registration is available on our website, lacountylibrary.org, for this adult program, and I thank you for your time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed members of City Council. I'm the Cultural Arts Supervisor, Randy Neeson, and I'm here to take this opportunity to invite the public to our next exhibition opening reception this Friday at the Manhattan Beach Art Center. The exhibition, Ripple Effect, is inspired by Manhattan Beach's ocean protection initiatives and celebrates the ocean's profound influence on our environment, culture, and daily lives. Through photography, video, painting, and sculpture, the featured works highlight the beauty, complexity, and fragility of the marine ecosystems, encouraging a reflection on our relationship with the ocean and our responsibility to protect it. Manhattan Beach has long been connected to the ocean, and this exhibition aligns with the city's effort to safeguard this vital resource, including the innovative stormwater drainage system that reduces harmful runoff into the Santa Monica Bay. Ripple Effect serves as both a tribute to the ocean's enduring rhythms and a call to action, reminding us that even small changes can create meaningful impacts in preserving this precious resource. We hope you'll be able to join us at the opening reception to celebrate the artists and their invaluable contributions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maya Brewer. I'm with the Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. And I just want to tell you about a donation drive that we're doing. Councilmember Tarnay has been instrumental in helping out with this. We have people from all over the beach cities that have come together to make this happen. We have a very select group of items that we're collecting, a very targeted list. We have one drop-off in Manhattan Beach, which is on 3rd and Redondo. It'll be tented tomorrow, don't worry, still happening. And then 3 other drop-off sites. But I have flyers, all the information. It's on our social media. And yeah, do I get a pin? No.
Someday, Maya, someday.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials, Mr. Lee, my name is Bobby Bell. I am the recycling educator for WM for the city of Manhattan Beach. I feel like we haven't spoken in a while, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that we did our annual shoe drive, gentle shoe drive. We partner with MBUSD. And then we collect all those shoes just before their winter break. And once again, we partnered with Souls for Souls, which is a great nonprofit company that does a lot of good work here locally, in America, and globally. So this year we collected over 900 shoes, or 450 pair, and donated those to Souls for Souls. That's all I got. Wishing you guys all a blessed evening and a blessed 2025.
Thank you. David?
Hello, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? Okay. Council members. I'm David Curry, Board Chair for the Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. Just wanted to give a thank you to Chamber Executive Coordinator Maya Brewer, working with Councilmember Tarnay to pivot our mixer last week at Eddie V's for a fundraiser. So we collected hundreds of dollars of gift cards and cash from the raffle that will be donated to charities from the LA fire. So we could do that. And Alexandria from the city reached out today, and we're going to start coordinating the 2025 State of the City. No details yet, all to follow. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Okay, any more community announcements? Okay. Do my colleagues have any announcements about upcoming events? No? Councilmember Tarnay, did you want to actually tell us the specific items that we can drop off tomorrow between 3rd and Redondo, at 3rd and Redondo the site is?
Yes.
Because we can't just, they're looking for very, very specific items.
Thank you. They are looking for, there it is. Thank you so much. They're looking for very specific items. And this is something that we're hoping to continue to support in the foreseeable future because we think it's going to be a long-term need. We're partnering with the YMCA in Pasadena, the South Pasadena San Marino YMCA. So we're thinking every week we'd be collecting something slightly different based on whatever their needs are. And so I'll be working with the YMCA, and then they're also going to distribute to their wider YMCA network. So the 4 locations are West Basin Municipal Water District, Kaminsky Real Estate Group, Coastline Covenant Church, Cornerstone Christian Fellowship, and they are collecting bins and IKEA bags, reusable totes, flashlights, lanterns, headlamps, power banks, detergent pods, batteries, hydration drinks, powder drinks, diapers, diaper cream, and sunscreen. And so these are things that there is a need for. It's been amazing to watch some of the other drives that I know many of us have volunteered at, but it's going to be a long, sustained need. So I hope all of our residents find a way to help and pitch and do what we can to help our neighbors across town. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for everything you've done for that. Okay, moving on to public comments. They can be anything within the subject matter of the jurisdiction. You have 3 minutes.
What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger. So we come to you in a moment. We all witnessed those destructive fires that tore through our beloved city last week, and our hearts go out to all those whose houses burned down, and massive props to the firefighters working hard to keep us safe. Next round of brewskis at Sharky's. It's on us. We've been hugely inspired by all the Angelinos out there being helpful and unified. As we prepare to rebuild, we got to remember the importance of citywide unification. We need a symbol, a beacon of hope to remind us constantly. Vin Diesel and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson have been beefing ever since Dwayne called Vin a candy ass. And despite The Rock's faux pas, Vin made numerous attempts to reconcile. He understands brotherhood. And finally, Vin got through to The Rock at the Golden Globes. If these 2 legends can come back together, anything is possible. That is why I'm calling upon the city to erect 2 statues, one of Vin and Dwayne side by side, holding hands as a symbol of epic unity. We can do this, LA. We're family. Thank you.
Okay. Is that, okay, go ahead.
Just to piggyback off what my dog Chad was saying, I think these fires are also going to exacerbate our already existing housing crisis. So I think it would behoove the council to upzone R1 neighborhoods so we can add density to our housing supply. Thank you.
All right. More public comments, 3 minutes. Okay, if that oh, you're coming down. Sorry, Mike, sorry. And John, okay, we see. Come on down, everybody, line up. There you go. You know the drill.
Yes, I know the drill.
You can stay, Chad and JT. Come on, you can stay. We did a lot of work here.
Hi, I'm Michael Zislis, downtown business owner and a resident of Manhattan Beach. I'm here to speak on item J17. I just want to remind the city and maybe the public about the BID, the Business Improvement District. I am currently holding the title of president of the BID. And the BID was set up in the 50s to accommodate parking for the downtown. So we privately funded all the parking structures that you know of in the downtown. The one parking lot 3, all the other parking lots that are with the blue railing, those were all funded and privately done by the BID. When Metlock's opportunity came to the city then, the bid didn't have the money to do 2 stories of underground parking. So the city, in their wisdom, and I mean that in their wisdom, built a big parking lot and they not confiscated, but they took over all of our parking. And I'm here to speak to the parking lot, the temporary parking lot at Lot 3. I think it would be a perfect place to have public trash. We have a trash problem in the downtown, and we're all working together, and we get few opportunities for space like this. And before there was trash storage for everybody to share, I would propose that you do the same with whatever you do for that parking lot in the temporary solution and in the final solution, that we have trash for the neighboring restaurants. I'd even like to see a trash compactor for cartons. Back in the day, we only had to have a trash can. Then the state issued that we had to have a trash can and we had to have recycling. Now we have to have a trash can, recycling, and a third can for food waste. So the demands on the business become more and more, and the streets don't become any bigger. So I just propose that tonight you put the trash back in Lot 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thanks for having me. I'm also here to talk about, I guess somebody stole the trash talking thing from earlier. So for Lot 3, I agree with what Mr. Zislis just said beforehand. As a representative for the Kettle, we do have recycling bins directly behind our business that were temporarily put there while Lot 3 was being demolished. It would be very nice to get those out of the public right away and into the part of the temporary solution. Furthermore, just an example of centralized trash being successful. Metlocks has a centralized trash where all the tenants bring their daily trash to a centralized location, and Waste Management is able to do a single pickup, so it alleviates time on streets. I mean, who's been driving down Highland before and gotten stuck behind a trash truck while they're picking up individual cans at every location? Imagine if they had one centralized trash bin for every block that wouldn't block traffic anymore. So there's a lot of advantage for the city to have a centralized trash. And as you do consider Lot 3, please consider other areas in downtown Manhattan Beach. It's very tight. We experienced in 2 projects, one being Arthur J., where we had to do a private dining room. During planning, we were required to update our trash enclosure at the expense of over $200,000. And it really is just an aesthetic thing that ended up happening, not really any change in service or any change in the bins. So I don't think we'd ever do that again, and I do fear that you'll start losing businesses as well as property values in downtown Manhattan Beach. There's also examples of in rural areas where if you do recycling, when we're up in Mammoth, there's one example. Other vacation towns where you want to recycle your goods, you have to drive about 5 miles to the central recycling bin to be able to do that. People do because that's what they want to do. So as a business owner in downtown Manhattan Beach and North Manhattan Beach, if we have to walk our recycling 2 blocks, 3 blocks, we'll do it if we don't have to have those bins on site within our own property. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I think I have some slides. Do I need to? Where's it? I don't see a clicker. Do you want? Okay, there's only 3, so. Good evening. I am John Warner from the Marine Mammal Care Center. I'm the CEO, and I wanted to come and introduce myself as well as the Marine Mammal Care Center. So hello, everyone. Sorry to have my back to other people as I'm talking, but we are your partners in caring for, rescuing, and rehabilitating marine mammals that strand on beaches here in Manhattan Beach and throughout the county. I want to thank the city for their partnership. The eyes and ears of marine mammals come from the public and law enforcement officials, city employees who call us when there is an animal in distress, so we can send our teams out to come and rescue them or assess whether they need to be brought in for care and then return them back to their ocean home is the ultimate goal. We rescue more animals per mile of coastline than any other organization in the country. Los Angeles is an amazing ecosystem, our ocean, and lots of animals in need because of that. Want to go to the next slide if you wouldn't mind. Just talk a little bit about who we are. We're a nonprofit organization. We're the only authorized organization in Los Angeles County to rescue and rehabilitate marine mammals year-round for the county. They're federally protected species. We're authorized by NOAA. And so we do the rescue and rehabilitation work. We have a hospital facility in San Pedro, which I invite everyone to come and visit. You can see the animals in our care and visit our exhibits, et cetera. We focus on public education with school children throughout the county and then contribute to research that hopefully helps not only the animals but also humans. There's a lot of zoonotic diseases. Avian flu is one of concern right now. where these can transfer from animals to humans, humans to animals. So we're partners in looking out for those types of things. If you go to the next slide, just talk about the volume of animals that come in. We get animals for lots of reasons. Malnourishment is one. Diseases are another, such as leptospirosis, sarcocystitis, domoic acid toxicosis, all things of concern not only for animal welfare but public health. They also come in from human interaction, so entanglements in trash that I'm glad to hear people talking about, and as of late, a lot of gunshots. So we're seeing a lot of people shooting these animals and would ask the public to be on the lookout for that and let us know when those events are happening and who might be doing that so we can protect these animals more closely. We have a lot of animals that come into the center, around 250 to 500 in any given year. 3,000 plus phone calls into our hotline, which is 1-800-39-WHALE. Anyone who sees a marine mammal that looks to be in distress on a beach, in Manhattan Beach or anywhere in the county, we ask that you call that number and we will send teams out to rescue that animal and bring them in. And so we want to continue the partnership with Manhattan Beach over the coming year. I'm glad to come and introduce myself and the organization, and look forward to continuing the conversation and the partnership that helps us keep the animals and the beach going public safe. So thank you all very much.
Madam Mayor, excuse
Yes.
me.
Oh.
Excuse me just a second, sir.
Yeah.
Can you give a phone number?
Yeah, 1-800-39-WHALE. And I'll be following up and sending some social media posts that can go out as we see more
good.
animals over the coming months. So.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
For
Thanks.
coming. That's great. Thank you. Hello, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth, members of the council. I'm Rachel Johnson, your police chief. You know, we started our meeting today with a lot of thank yous for things that make us a community, for the Santa float, for our pier lighting and all the Christmas trees, and all the things that make us a community. Well, what we've seen in the last couple of weeks is how we're a larger community sometimes as well, not just about the South Bay or Manhattan Beach, but about the county and our community more broadly. And so I'll start to have a brief update just talking about some electric bike stuff, but I wanted to start talking about just what our police department did in response to the fires. As you know, our fire department responded for mutual aid in response to all of the fires that impacted LA County, but our police officers did as well. We have a mutual aid team from our Area G platoon who responded for every shift from Thursday the 9th through Friday the 17th. We had at least 5 officers providing traffic control, burglary and looting suppression, maintaining road closures, and in one instance I got to hear about pointing out a fire and then calling in the professionals, the firefighters, to put that fire out. They're working both day shift and graveyard shifts in support of this response. Our patrol operations were not impacted by their response, but this is one of our longer deployments that we've had in the history of our mutual aid deployments, where we were deployed for such a long time. So we were able to maintain both our sense of community here by maintaining our normal patrol staffing, but also sending out folks for our mutual aid requests for every shift every day for about a week. And I'm just really proud of the work that our folks did in trying to provide whatever support that we could and whatever role we were asked to do, because it was different on every shift, to support those communities that were impacted by those fires. On to electric bikes. We continue to address challenges related to the safe operation of electric bikes. Our school resource officers continue to work with the school district to educate and inform our youngest residents regarding the rules of the road. And in previous school years, our school resource officers worked with Councilmember Franklin to provide road safety education to the student body at all campuses. This year, we continue to work with the school district as they have implemented mandatory bicycle education courses for any student who wishes to park their electric bike on campus. To date, that's meant over 570 students across all levels at MBAOSD have taken these courses, and as more courses are offered, that number is expected to grow. And since the start of Councilmember Franklin's education campaign and continuing with the mentioned initiatives the school district has started this year, we have observed students ride more responsibly and paying attention to the rules of the road. And I'm happy about this. But we continue to provide education and enforcement to all those who ride electric bicycles in Manhattan Beach. Directed enforcement operations from our traffic bureau were conducted over both the Thanksgiving recess as well as the holiday recess, and we will continue to work with our regional partners to address any challenges that cross jurisdictional borders involving electric bicycle or just safety in general. Last year, MBPD issued over 350 citations and warnings related to bicycle operations, and this will continue this year with both regular ongoing education, but also monthly directed enforcement education from our traffic bureau to continue to encourage safe operation of bicycles throughout our community. We also continue to engage with Representative Marisucci's office to figure out how we may be able to address these challenges related to electric bikes at a state level for a more comprehensive and global response. And that concludes my remarks for tonight.
Thank you, Chief. I thought you were saying, thank you. I thought one of my colleagues was going to say something. Thank you, Councilmember Franklin, for your efforts.
I also want to point out my partner in crime up there, Officer Torres, the school resource officer.
Partner in crime, okay.
Who knows how to keep people focused. And how about your partner in crime? Is Mr. Officer Hamilton here? Or I can't see. Not here, no. Okay.
Thank you for your
Thank you
efforts.
for your work.
Hey, Pier. Hey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Peter Kim. I own Sloopy's Beach Cafe in North Manhattan Beach, as well as I am on the board of the North Manhattan Beach Advisory Board, as well as the Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to say congratulations to the 3 new council members. I look forward to working with you, and I'm very glad that I endorsed all 3 of you. So,
look at that.
And I look forward to working with the council from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, more public comment? Okay. I'm going to turn to our city clerk to find out if there's anybody on Zoom.
Yes, we do. We have Sylvie Gabriel.
Okay, Sylvie.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sylvie Gabriel, Mayor, City Council. Thank you. I wish I could be there in person, but childcare issues. So I wanted to talk a little bit about my concerns about the trash. I think I know there's a lot of conversation about trash issues and kind of new codes. And I know that currently we're talking about Lot 3. I wanted to kind of echo both Mike Zislis and Mike Sims about communal trash solutions. I really want to encourage the city to look at as we get more, I guess, concerns about food waste, recycling, and as with responses to climate change, and as more, I guess, there's more of a need to manage trash with more, I guess, in a more green way. I really think we need to look at how we address that as a city and not imposing specific codes on businesses. Because like Mike Zissa said, we don't really have any more space in our buildings. They are what they are. And so I've been part of the conversation. I will continue to be part of the conversation to help with the solution. But I really want to encourage, some sort of communal trash solutions or just looking at it as a city as a whole. So that was that's just really all my comment for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
No additional requests.
Okay, and I just want to make sure in chambers, everyone who wanted to make a public comment has spoken. Want to thank all who came for ceremonial items, and obviously you're welcome to stay, but I understand if you have other places to be. So I'm going to close public comment. And we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion, or does anybody want to pull something from the consent calendar?
Your Honor, I'd like to pull number 9.
Okay, item number 9. Anybody else?
So Mayor,
What?
since that's already been approved, there's a 3-step process with that. So it would
Right.
be a motion to reconsider or approval of the agenda.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Going to make that motion? Okay.
I was quick to make the motion to approve the agenda, and I apologize for not seeing if anybody wanted to pull. So I will request a reconsideration
And I'll
of that motion.
I'll second.
But I want to pull.
We know
We'll
that.
get there.
Okay.
We have to do this in order to pull, and so that's why we're doing this. So it's been moved by Councilmember Lesser seconded by myself. And this is merely to reconsider the approval of the agenda, so, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
A comment before my colleague, Councilmember Franklin, pulls an item. I do think it's a little bit of a clunky process with approving the agenda and then because we haven't yet talked about the consent calendar. So we'll talk about that at a different time.
Yes, and we can certainly talk about that. The reason for this process is to allow the public know during public comment what's been pulled and what hasn't been pulled.
Okay, so if somebody in the future, because it didn't used to work this way, but in the future, if a colleague wants to pull an item off consent, the time to do it is at the beginning when we approve the entire agenda. Correct. Okay, so now we're reconsidering. So we've pulled item number 9, and Councilmember Franklin?
Is number 10.
Are there any other items that anybody wants to pull off consent? So now I need a motion to approve the consent minus items 9 and 10. And I see Councilmember Lesser has made that.
That would be my motion.
Sorry. I'm like, am I going to? I know. And seconded by Councilmember Franklin. Call for that question. Okay, great.
Motion passes 5-0.
And as I said, we didn't always used to do it that way. So now we're going to talk about item 9, which was pulled by Councilmember Sherillian. So did you want a staff report on that, or do you want to ask a question?
I want to ask a question.
Okay.
First to the city attorney. A couple quick questions on this item. Is there any implications to Prop 218 or Prop 26 with this processing fee being on a business license tax form?
No, this has been thoroughly vetted. The city hired an attorney that used to work in my office who's a specialist on 218 and Prop 62, and he's totally vetted this, and this is the approach that he recommends.
Great, thank you. I guess this is more of a comment, maybe a staff question. We're going through currently a user fee process, and that usually vets processing fees. And I understand that we want to recover the cost of outsourcing business licensing and the technology for it, but it would be my recommendation to utilize funds that we currently have in the IT fund that were for this purpose when we were implementing the previous technology, which didn't pan out, and do an in-depth look at the processing fee during the user fee process to make sure that we're able to recover all the fees and not just the outsourcing, but also the internal staff that will be working on this. I didn't see a specificity that we would be recovering their fees. So it's about $90,000, it looks like. I would kind of recommend utilizing IT funds, which is not a general fund. There's monies in there from unused for the technology that we were going to implement, and then let the finance start the process for the renewal process, and then come back to us with a full processing fee when they do the user fee study.
So is there a question in there? Because before if you could ask a question of staff, then we'll open up for public comments and then discuss.
I guess my question would be, yes, I do have a question for staff. Is there appropriate funds in the IT fund for being able to pay this off, the $90,000?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Libby Bretthauer, the Financial Services Manager. Hopefully you can hear me okay with this. So if the question is, does our IT fund currently have sufficient fund balance to fund $90,000 that we've committed to paying HDL for the processing of business licenses, business license renewals? The answer, I would say, is I'm not sure exactly. We're currently in the middle of our budget process. But although we do have fund balance in our IT fund, I know our IT director is hard at work identifying projects and programs that also need those funds. And so I would hesitate to say yes off the top of my head tonight if he already has planned other projects for those funds.
I guess my next question would be, if there isn't enough funds in there, would you then be able to postpone this fee process until you do the user fee process and bring it back? Is that an option?
That would be an option at the City Council's discretion. So then the fee that we've committed to pay HDL would need to be absorbed by the general fund this fiscal year until we bring it back and make a different decision or the same decision.
Okay.
Other questions? I see Councilmember Lesser.
Two questions. First, what criteria was used? What went into the $17 fee? How was it set? And second, what are other jurisdictions charging that are utilizing this same software for business licenses?
Sure. So the $17 that we identified is the dollar amount that we've committed to pay HDL, which we discussed at the November 19th City Council meeting. However, once, as City Attorney Barrow mentioned, we did hire a consulting attorney who specializes in this, and based on his direction and expertise, we have identified several other regulatory costs that the city is doing that we're not currently recovering, that it actually exceeds the $17. And so that is why we feel comfortable with this $17 is a reasonable fee to pass on to the businesses, because we know we are not recovering all of our current regulatory costs.
In other cities that use this software?
Oh, yes, thank you. And other cities. So the cities that were identified in the staff report, I just wanted to note that those cities identified were specific to HDL's clients. So that's why some of them were not local and not our typical comparison cities, but we wanted to identify them because they are other clients of HDL who charge a processing fee. So since then, we do know the city of Torrance, Newport Beach also charge similar fees. Redondo Beach, El Segundo, Beverly Hills, they do not charge a fee. So it does vary across cities.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi. So I saw that there was an inflation escalator in there as well.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Certainly. I believe it was written in as 2%. CPI increases are typical in our user fee studies. We typically adjust other user fees based on our labor group MOU increases. In the past user fee study, those were around 3% per year. So it's my opinion that 2% is a conservative number.
But is it tied to the CPI as well?
Well, I believe it's written in as a range where the minimum is 2%, but not to exceed 10%.
Okay, so it is.
So if CPI was 1.5%, we could still increase it at 2%. However, if it was 4%, then we could increase it 4%.
Okay, so if CPI is 0, which we'll ever see, but then we still put on 2%.
We could, yes.
Okay, and so what other? So did I see something where HDL, they also do some enforcement or something, or what is that?
Perhaps you're thinking of the audit and discovery piece that they do.
Mm-hmm.
The discovery piece, they work with a lot of data that they receive from the state, sales tax data, other licensing boards that they, have different staff dedicated to those resources for the discovery piece to identify businesses operating within the city that our internal staff resources, we just don't have the time to do that. So there's that component to the contract, and then also the audit piece for businesses that do report gross receipts, then they take extra steps to audit them and ensure that they're paying the correct amounts.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay, we're going to open it up to public comment. Anyone? Anyone? Sorry. Okay, any public comments on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
Okay, close public comment. Councilmember Franklin, you have a comment?
Sure, yeah. The thing I just want to discuss is, here we've just, brought in some other taxes. Now granted, they're like sales taxes and school bonds and everything like that. Here's just another tax, another fee, and it's called a fee, but it's something I think we were prepared to absorb anyway. I think that's the way we did it in the old system. No?
We didn't have this fee in the old system, so it's not really a true comparison if we say we were absorbing it in the past, because it didn't exist in the past.
Okay. But we could have applied a fee for processing an application, or, I mean, like you do with other types of things that you buy. They apply a processing fee. Make a hotel reservation, and you got the rate, and it almost doubles with the fees. But my point being is, this is part of my comments, is I don't really think, I think it's an unnecessary burden. It doesn't seem like much, but all these things add up. And I think also, too, it gives us we can be perceived as more business-friendly if we don't just ding them for everything. And I believe the $90,000 was structurally in there that we could pay for this. And so I would prefer to see us not charge a processing fee for business licenses. Businesses that we want to have in the city that are productive and employ people and things like that.
Councilmember Lesser?
So full disclosure, I'm subject to this fee. I own businesses in the city of Manhattan Beach, and I will be paying this, so I'm assessing a fee on myself. Why did I support this when this came before council before? Is because this is a major software update. Our existing software, if I understand correctly, is antiquated. The company is no longer supporting it. And I can say the forms that have been used for, oh my God, many, 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 many years, my colleague, Councilman Shereen, might be able to know how old it is, but the city has made a commitment to updating its software, if anything, to facilitate its operations and to more streamline its process for capturing fees from its businesses. And the challenge is that software is not always cheap, and there's a license fee which would be quite significant for our city. I appreciate my colleague, Councilmember Shereen, for pulling this item, because it is a more significant fee than some businesses have previously paid. But again, we're talking $17, and that's something I'm willing to pay, so I'll be supporting the motion to approve this item.
And I'd just like to make a comment that I see this as cost recovery. I mean, this is not sort of a, this is going to enhance something. It's going to pay for the cost of creating the license, right? It's cost recovery. So for me, we should always be recovering any costs. We're not this is not a profit center. But it is cost recovery. So I would support a motion too if somebody would make it. This is a consent item, or I'll make the motion to accept. I also appreciate, by the way, the comments. I think that's wonderful, but I'm making a motion, and I see Councilmember Tournay.
Just wanted to weigh in that I think if it's a cost that the city is incurring, that people who are benefiting from the program should be absorbing some of that cost. So that's my take on it.
Okay. So I've made a motion.
So Mayor, there's two parts. There's the ordinance, and if your motion is to introduce ordinance number 25-0001, I'll read the title.
Can I do a double motion? Can I introduce?
Well, it's better to separate the two, because even if there's some question about the actual regulatory fee,
yes,
we still recommend the ordinance. So
all right, so my motion, let me restate my motion, is to introduce ordinance number 25-0001. That's my motion.
I think there was a second.
There's been a second by Councilmember Lesser.
I'll read the title. Ordinance number 25-0001, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Manhattan Beach, California, imposing a fee to support the city's regulation of businesses.
Okay. Call for the question.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so that was the ordinance that was introduced. That'll come back on your consent calendar in 2 weeks. Now, is
Okay.
there a motion on the resolution on the $17 regulatory fee?
I move to adopt resolution number 25-0002. And it's been seconded by Councilmember Tornay. Call for the question.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Item number 10, Councilmember Franklin. Would you like a truncated, if you will, staff report? Do you have questions or comments? Tell me what you want.
Just only comments. Well, brief amplifications of my comments, if you may. I really wanted to commend the staff for putting this local hazard mitigation plan. There was a lot of public input. For those that think that we do these non-transparently, I want to thank a lot of the residents for participating in this program, also for the fire department to having multiple meetings about it. It's very comprehensive. I just wanted to point out, for your reading pleasure, is section number 4.81, which is on page 134 of the report. And this just talks about the fire danger. Now, this was put together maybe over the course of a year? Yeah. And everything you've been seeing on the news is in this report.
Mm-hmm.
And particularly, there's one part there about the fuel. And we know we had, the perfect storm in terms of the winds and the fuel and the dryness and things like that. But there's things that I think that we can do here. I don't think we're immune from these type of things. And one of them is, it says, like, certain plant types are more susceptible to burning or will burn with greater intensity. Dense or overgrown vegetation increases the amount of combustible material available as fire fuel. So I just want to see if there's some way that we could possibly amplify this report. There's other things in terms of flooding and the like, but this is top of mind. I think a lot of us are putting together a go bag. We're seeing with great sympathy in our hearts and concern what our neighbors to the north are going through, and we just say there, but for the grace of God, go we. So I'd like to see if we could do some even more workshops, or at least reach out to the people who did participate. And the other thing I realized too that came up during this is the very bad air. And the air, because it was made by structure, or the fire that created the ash of structures versus just wildfires, of forests, carried an extra measure of danger.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was calling city manager to Mirzakanian to ask, is there a place that we can go, some sort of shelter, safety shelter, that we can go and have purified air there and the like, because we do have a lot of older dwellings here. How many of us are proud when we say we don't have air conditioning because we just lift our windows? Well, we also
Not
now
me.
don't have filtration systems, right? So we don't have the kind of, really good HEPA, highly rated HEPA filters, to help us on that. So just wanted to see what we could do along the lines of that, perhaps a future agenda item.
I really appreciate those comments greatly. I mean, how many hundreds of pages is it?
Talk about those trees. It's about a half a tree.
420 pages in addition to the rest of the agenda. And it over many months and with lots of community participation. And I think it's worth calling out. I think I love the idea of a future agenda item, because maybe there's even public education campaigns that we can do. And I also would like to use this plan in a similar fashion to talk, when we start talking about our CIP projects, to talk about, is there something we can do to places like Jocelyn to make them up to code that they have to be up to, so that in an event like this, people can come stay there with filtered air, or if it's a heat event, et cetera. Right now, we couldn't legally offer Jocelyn as a shelter because it doesn't have certain things. So maybe at the end of the meeting, you can bring it up for a future agenda item and we can talk, but I'm so glad you pulled it. Are there any other comments?
Just a huge thank you, fire department staff, but maybe there's some public comment as well.
Well, I'm going to go there. I'm not going to deny the public. Oh, I think I'd like to hear from the chief.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, Interim Fire Chief Lang. Just to speak on that, you kind of preempted me, but we do have an app coming out hopefully before summer, Community Connect, which will actually be a little more interactive with the community. And I do have my Fire Prevention Bureau working on a little more social media posts and getting the word out of just elements of the local mitigation plan and other emergency operations stuff as well. So we are working on that coming this summer. So
That'd be great.
To be coming. So.
Great. All right. Comments from the public? On Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 25-0011? Councilmember Lesser, ooh, they beat us, and seconded by Councilmember Sherillian. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. All right, colleagues, can we move on to the first public hearing? Are we?
Mayor?
Hello?
May I make an announcement very briefly about the last item?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Amanda in the fire department.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
For the amazing job that she did on the LHMP in the very brief period of time after only having been at our city for a very short time. Other jurisdictions are now using our document as an example for their jurisdictions. It did include heavy public involvement, and it was a very thorough and efficient effort that resulted in a truly exceptional document for our city. So I just wanted to commend Amanda on that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. You're so right, Amanda. You've been really great for our community. Thank you. Okay. Well said, Madam City Manager. So, colleagues, can we go on to item number 17, or do you need a quick bio break? Are we good? Okay. So, item number 17.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, Ryan Heiss, Acting Community Development Director. I'd like to introduce Tari Kavengwa, Associate Planner, to provide the presentation tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth, council members. My name is Tari Kavengwa, and I am the project planner for this agenda item before you this evening. The applicant is requesting a master use permit amendment and coastal development permit to modify the land use size limitations at 451 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, which is the Metlocks property. In 2002, a master use permit and coastal development permit were approved for the development of a 63,850 square foot commercial development with 40,000 square feet of public areas and a 2-level subterranean parking structure. Since that time, there have been several amendments to that master use permit that were approved for individual tenant spaces as well as the overall property. The most recent amendment was in 2018, which was a partial approval and partial denial of the applicant's requests. That partial approval included allowing the future division of the Nick's tenant space into 2 restaurants and allowing personal service and personal improvement service uses at the Waterleaf and Beehive tenant spaces. As mentioned, a portion of the applicant's request was denied. At that time, the City Council denied without prejudice the request to expand the amount of restaurant square footage allowed at the property. They noted that the applicant may resubmit upon tenant vacancies and also retain jurisdiction if the same request was submitted again in the future. In October of 2023, the applicant submitted an application to allow modifications to the size limitations previously established for the land uses at the subject property. This requires an amendment to their existing master use permit as well as a coastal development permit. The current request aligns with the previous one that was denied without prejudice in 2018, and for that reason, this request is being presented to the City Council for consideration. The subject site is currently occupied by a variety of commercial uses across the first and second floors. When looking beyond this property, the immediate surrounding uses are a combination of other commercial uses to the south and the west, public and semi-public uses to the north, and open space to the east. This map illustrates that neighborhood context in relationship to the project site. The project site is within the Downtown Commercial, or CD zoning district, in Area District 3. The general plan designation is also Downtown Commercial, and this land use designation allows for commercial uses, including but not limited to eating and drinking establishments, retail, and office. The project under consideration is a master use permit amendment and coastal development permit to modify the size limitations for specific land uses to allow for flexibility at the property. As a result of the proposed modifications, there were two aspects of the project that staff considers being worthy of additional consideration by the council. Those aspects, which are explained in greater detail in the staff report, are the redistribution of floor area across the allowable land use categories and parking. The applicant's primary request is to increase the maximum allowed square footage for the eating and drinking establishment land use category, which are sit-down restaurants. There's no change proposed to the type of land uses allowed at the property. There are no new buildings proposed, and there is no expansion of existing proposed either. This slide provides a comparison between the current and proposed size limitations for land uses at the site. On the left are the current limits, and on the right are the proposed. Staff is recommending the breakdown on the right, which will allow an increase in restaurant space and more flexibility in the amount of other land uses at the site. Any proposed redistribution of square footage across those permitted land uses for the property would be limited based on available parking. The staff report for this project provides a more detailed discussion of the parking requirements and considerations for the site. To summarize, the current amount of parking that is required for the Metlocks development is 330 spaces. This total was established by the original land use entitlements, which included a parking study. As part of the current request, the applicant provided a new parking analysis, which was prepared by a transportation planning and engineering firm. Their parking study concluded that during peak parking demand conditions, the maximum projected increase in parking required would be 59 spaces. This represents a worst-case scenario where the land uses with the most intense parking requirements would be open and operating at the same time. The consultant also recommended that additional bicycle parking be installed at the site as a means to offset vehicular demand. There are currently 439 parking spaces provided at the Metlocks parking facility, which includes a surplus of 109 stalls that are available to the general public. Per the parking study, the project is estimated to increase parking demand by 59 spaces, which would reduce the current public parking surplus from 109 to 50 spaces, which you'll see is the final row of this table. Those 50 surplus parking spaces would continue to be available to the general public. This site plan provides a bird's eye view of the overall project site on the ground floor. And this next slide shows the same, but for the second level. The proposed project was reviewed for compliance with applicable regulations, including the city's general plan, as well as the Manhattan Beach Local Coastal Program. In accordance with the Local Coastal Program, or LCP, any development proposed within the coastal zone requires a coastal development permit, and that includes intensification of land uses. In order to approve a use permit amendment, certain findings must be made. Based on staff's analysis of the project, it meets the required findings. To summarize those findings discussed in the staff report, the subject site is within the CD, or Downtown Commercial Zoning District, and is currently occupied by a variety of land uses in accordance with the existing land use entitlements. The applicant is proposing to modify the size limitations for most of the allowable land uses at the site, with the exception of the hotel use, which would allow them more flexibility to redistribute square footage amongst those land uses. The proposed project is not detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. It complies with the governing regulations of the city's LCP, and the project as proposed and conditioned will not have adverse impacts on surrounding properties. Coastal development permits also have required findings that must be met. The first is that the project conforms with the Certified Local Coastal Program. The site is within the Downtown Commercial Zoning District and complies with the city's general plan and LCP land use designations of downtown commercial. As mentioned, the site is currently occupied by a variety of land uses that are in accordance with the existing entitlements. There are no changes proposed to the types of land uses permitted at the project site, but rather to allow changes to the maximum square footage allowed for each use within the established square footage limit of the overall property, and as mentioned, there's no physical expansion proposed of the buildings. The second finding that must be met is that the proposed project does not impact public access to the shoreline. Adequate public access is provided and shall be maintained along the surrounding public rights-of-way, including Manhattan Beach Boulevard. Furthermore, the project does not create any barriers that prevent public access to the coast. The city has reviewed the project for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and has determined that the proposed project was adequately covered in the previously certified final environmental impact report for the project. Thus, no further environmental review or documentation is necessary. Public noticing was provided in accordance with applicable regulations. A hearing notice was mailed to all property owners within 500 feet of the site. The same notice was also published in the Beach Reporter and at City Hall, as well as online on the city website. As of the writing of this report that was attached to the agenda, staff received no written public comments and one comment by phone. A summary of the latter was incorporated into the staff report prior to publication. The project, as proposed and conditioned, meets all required findings. Staff's recommendation is for the City Council to conduct the public hearing and then direct staff to return to City Council with a resolution approving the Master Use Permit Amendment and Coastal Development Permit. That concludes my presentation for this hearing. The applicant, Jonathan Tolkien, is present tonight and available to answer any questions about the project. And he would also like to make a short statement about the project request.
Yes, and we've checked with our city attorney, and if the applicant would like to he gets 5 minutes, and I propose that we do it before council questions so that then we could ask questions of staff, we can ask questions of the applicant as well. So thank you. That was a very good report, and you said that was correct. So we're going to have Mr. Tolkien come down, or a representative, and you have 5 minutes if you wish, and then
I don't use my 5, I reserve a few just because I always get nervous when I'm up here.
Use it or lose it.
See, I'm already,
Yeah.
can't say it. Anyway, Mayor Haworth,
Yes.
council, staff, thank you, Tari, for your presentation. Thank you for hearing our item and our request. I think, just very quickly wanted to say that Matlocks is really a shared vision with staff, prior councils, and the goal was to really integrate this old Matlocks pottery site into the downtown, create a vibrant town square where the community could gather and curate uses that would really reinforce what the spirit and ethos of Manhattan Beach and help kind of reinforce the business downtown. I think we've done a great job with that. It's been a very successful partnership. Over the 22 years since our master use permit was approved, a lot's changed. Online affecting bricks and mortar, COVID, changing office. Anyway, our goal here is just to minimize vacancy, move tenants in. You can see at Matlocks right now, we have some challenges. Lemonade, there's probably a Le Pan change. Beehive is going to be making some adjustments. Petros would like to make some changes. He's here. Waterleaf would like to introduce some changes. So these changes that we're requesting allow mostly our existing tenants to kind of stay there. Some of our food was approved under a provision in the past that staff says really Le Pan and Lemonade are eating and drinking establishments. They're not specialty food, even though our lease and the permit provided for seating, it's really not prohibited in those uses. Not permitted in those uses. So this request really enables us to do that. I've worked closely with Jill Lampkin from the downtown, trying to build consensus. I think we generally have it. There might be a few items where she disagrees. Our ground lease provides for an expedient means for us to change uses, and we're here asking for that. I'm available for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. So, all right, so now we're going to go to council questions of staff or Mr. Tolkien at this time. So, Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
I have a question, if I could, for staff. The Linscott traffic study notes how there is a surplus of parking. They indicate that there's currently 109 surplus spaces, and there would be 50 if this set of amendments is approved. How is that determined? Can you summarize that? There are full reports in the staff report, but for many of us who anecdotally pass by the lot, particularly during the summer, I think many of us would say in common language that there's not a surplus there. It's often filled, particularly with those that have permits that park in the lower level. So how can you articulate or summarize the difference between the determination that's being made here as to a surplus versus what we see in that parking lot?
Sure. So when we speak about that surplus of 109 parking stalls, we're speaking about how many stalls exist at the site today, which is 439, compared to how many were required for the Matlocks development in the early 2000s, which was 330. So if you're taking that 439, subtracting 330, that's how you get a surplus of 109, the difference between what was required versus what is provided. The parking analysis did what was called a shared parking analysis. When you have a commercial development that has different types of commercial uses, they used established methodologies and resources to look at what are the typical demands during peak hours for those types of uses, and then also went to the site and collected data about when parking was being utilized, what were the peak times and days of the week that they looked at them. So that's how they came up with the typical demand being projected as a worst-case scenario at 59 if all of the most intense land uses that have like the strictest parking requirement, which would be restaurants, were all open and operating at the same time based on that new restaurant maximum we're showing in that breakdown.
Also a question in relation to understanding practically what this change in use might mean. So the former Lemonade site, that was categorized as what kind of use?
Yeah, so food and beverage sales in our municipal code, not eating and drinking establishment.
Correct. And so what the proposal here is to increase the eating and drinking establishment category and reduce what would essentially be what lemonade was. Is that right? Can you articulate that just a little better?
Sure.
So maybe members of the public understand what is being proposed here.
Of course. So you can think of our new breakdown as a sliding scale, right? If one tenant space changes to a different use, say if it's retail, converts to restaurant, that square footage is being reallocated now to restaurant and being taken away out of the retail category. So the parking requirement calculation will change, but that square footage is just basically being relocated or redistributed throughout the property. So yes, if Lemonade were to change uses and become restaurant, then the parking calculation would be recalculated based on that requirement rather than the ratio for a food and beverage sales.
And just to finish, to clarify what the applicant, Mr. Tolkien, just indicated is Lemonade itself was not referenced as an eating and drinking establishment, correct?
Correct. It's not currently permitted as that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Franklin.
Sure, thank you. So thank you all for the report. Is, with any of these locations, I mean, there is an upstairs to Metlock's. You know, there is a footprint almost identical to the footprint down below. It may vary in some spots, but would any of the dining be allowed upstairs with any of these restaurants or any new kind of ventures?
So if you look at the revised breakdown, there's a restriction on office that only office can occur on the second story. But if you are allowed to redistribute square footage, in theory, you could allow restaurant uses and other tenant spaces that were not previously restaurant use, because the site is currently at the maximum amount of restaurant use that they can have with Nixon Petros. So by them asking for an increase beyond what the current land use entitlements allow, I mean that other tenant spaces that are not currently restaurant uses could be converted to that use if desired.
Okay, and then we have been doing a lot of discussion about outdoor dining. Metlock's is participating in that with, for example, the reconfiguring of Pitfire Pizza to Great White, to a Great White restaurant.
That's actually not Metlock's, Councilmember Franklin. That property is separate from Metlock's.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, but I'm just using that as an example. You know, from where there were 30 outdoor seats, now there's 70. Okay? So we don't know how many would happen in Metlock's. But my point being is that with the downtown, or with the outdoor dining, members, you know, at the table were the residents, were the downtown residents. So have the downtown residents been considered in this plan for potential outdoor dining as you described, or, I mean, outside of Lemonade? I mean, that whole patio, I mean, could that, how is that going to be distributed? Are those available spots for outdoor dining?
Right now, the proposal does not limit them to specific spaces. So in what the council is considering this evening, there are no limitations for the specific spaces. It's a cap on square footage that we're establishing. That way there's flexibility in where those eating and drinking establishment uses are proposed within the Metlock's Plaza.
Okay, but again, there are going to be, eating and dining locations there.
Could be.
Has there
potentially?
Again, going to when we talked about Great White, for example, you know, there was a lot of downtown residents, or there were downtown residents that came and expressed concern about that because of the additional noise, and especially up on the second story. You know, I don't want to rip the Band-Aid off, but you know, when talking about Shade Hotel and what they did on their upstairs story. So again, just are we reaching out to them? Are they going to be part of this ultimate solution?
We did a public notification for this project the same way we did for the Great White. It's a 500-foot requirement, a radius requirement. And so the same radius notification was utilized from the perimeter of Metlock's, in fact, which is actually capturing more properties than we did with Great White.
And keep in mind, though, there's not a specific restaurant coming in at this moment, which will trigger that whole process. right? Like if it's a conditional use permit, it wouldn't be a conditional use.
Only for the alcohol use.
Only for alcohol use or for outdoor, wouldn't it be for outdoor dining or no?
For the second floor. Right now, the way the rule is written, yes, they would have to apply for a use
Right.
permit for second floor
So
outdoor.
they're going to have to go through that. This is giving flexibility to allow more, to allow retail to go to restaurant, if so, but there's no specific application right now.
Correct.
Is that?
I don't know when they call on.
Mr. Tolkien, is there a specific application?
One of the things that I didn't, well, yes, in terms of Councilmember Franklin's question, Petros would like to expand for special events upstairs. And that probably, as a second floor food use, would be the only use that's appropriate, given the layout of the buildings, the way things work, and the configuration of the ground floor. There wouldn't be another location to do that in the project.
Right, right.
In addition, what I didn't point out, which I wanted to, is that for the expanded restaurant, we would like to have alcohol approved. Our current master use permit says that for the restaurants, we're able to have alcohol at all of our restaurants that are approved. So we don't want to have to come back here. The goal being to minimize time when spaces are vacant. So if you recall, I think it took Great White, I've heard, over 6 months to get their approval. It's not healthy for the project, for downtown, and the other tenants for us to have vacancy.
Oh, okay, let me clarify something with staff. I'm sorry, Joe, and I'll get back. But is that part of this public hearing to allow alcohol so they don't have to come
The
back?
alcohol is not part of this public
I
hearing.
didn't think so.
Because the request is limited to what was requested in 2018.
Yes, that's
And
what I
so
thought.
it's a
Okay.
very specific request for the square footage.
Yes.
And I'll just remind the council that if we wanted to add conditions this evening, that's also an opportunity.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Franklin, you can sit. Oh,
I just want to say, I think
Okay.
there's an opportunity to handle the alcohol here with this, even though it's not part of the official request.
Yeah.
Because
thank you.
it makes sense if we're getting restaurants.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so my question was, would the outdoor dining, would it be outdoor dining upstairs for Petros? Would that be,
For special event.
I understand they want to go upstairs and expand the restaurant, but is that going to be covered? Or is that going to be an outdoor dining situation?
That's a question for you.
Petros is here, he can come up and speak, but.
No,
Okay.
that's going beyond the
Okay,
public
all right.
hearing, though, isn't it, City Manager or City Attorney?
We can still.
We can? Okay,
Because-
all right.
because
I want to,
Staff did not limit the square footage to the first floor, just to be clear.
So
Okay.
Petros would be outdoors. That space is currently buffered with the building. We haven't had any complaints for any of the restaurant from his ground floor. And
course.
so that would be outdoors. We're not looking to cover that outside here. When we designed the project, actually that second floor space that's currently Kasai was planned to be a restaurant because we felt with the views and whatnot. So it's actually designed with a big patio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions.
Okay, Councilmember Trillian?
Thank you. Tari, if I may. Well done on the presentation and a complex presentation and report. So the net 59 spaces that will be required with the new modification, how will we accommodate those?
So the site currently has 439 parking spaces that exist today. The requirement for Metlocks at the time of the initial entitlements was 330. So that surplus of 109, you're basically subtracting the 59 that would be demanded in a worst-case scenario. If that new maximum of restaurant square footage is reached, you would subtract that 59 from the 109, and there'd be a surplus still of 50 parking spaces beyond what is required for the Metlocks development.
Got you. So just a question, is there an impact because the lower level of Metlocks, which I think is 265 spaces or so, is mostly commercial parking? So does that play into it as far as available parking? Commercial as in we issue parking permits and it's not readily available. It's not, I mean, it's readily available if it's open, but we oversubscribe the commercial
Right,
parking for
but-
that lower So will that impact this 59 spaces?
That's accounted for in the counts because those cars are parking within downtown already. So if not at Metlocks, they would be elsewhere in downtown.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tara. I have a question for Jonathan Tolkien. So would it be fair to say that you indicated you've seen the markets change, and this would provide for potentially greater flexibility to bring in tenants in quicker? Is that a fair?
Yes, and also accommodate requests of our existing tenants like Petros and Waterleaf. Waterleaf would like to introduce a wine bar into their space, and Jill and Suzanne would have been here, but because of the fires, they have a lot of demands from their clients right now.
Right. And just because there is flexibility, it's not automatically you're trying to turn it into all restaurants.
No. I mean, right now, I mean, I think it's really for us to replace Lemonade, not have any issues with our permit. In the future, maybe some slight expansion there if necessary to accommodate maybe Beehive moving around a little bit in the space, and Petros having the ability to have special events on the second floor.
Gotcha.
That's really it. I don't see any other space. I think maybe in the future, our goal kind of for the project in the town square was to kind of have a European-style town square with cafe uses. And so I see any other change there, like we had Cold Stone, and actually Cold Stone, when they opened, had seating outside. So I see if in the future, say Wright's Men wasn't there, we'd have the ability to have small tenants that's 1,000 square feet. It's not sized enough for a restaurant. Or where Drift, Surf, Laird store is. That could potentially be a small food kind of use, which we're anticipating in our lease, covered under a specialty food with some seating. But we're now trying to transition that to food and drinking establishment.
Gotcha. And will you, I mean, the input that I'm getting is the fact that, this might impact our small town atmosphere. What is your take on that?
I mean, I think the reason you guys hired us 25 years ago was because we have a feeling for the kind of ethos and spirit of what Manhattan Beach is. I think the project reflects that. Our curating of all the tenants has been that. Our desire is to continues to bring unique, independent restaurateurs and retailers in that are special and make this different than any mall, and really helps to reinforce what downtown's about.
Thank you.
That's continue to be where we are.
No other questions?
Okay, Councilmember Lesser?
This is my second go-around. Do you have any questions, Councilmember Trani, or you, Mayor?
Go
ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to pick up on Councilmember Franklin's question for staff as it relates to noise on the second story. I understand that our charge as a council tonight is to make the findings consistent with the master use permit and the coastal development permit. But yet there have been suggestions that staff, in consultation with the outdoor dining task force, has been looking at the cumulative effect of noise, particularly for second story dining. And I'm just trying to understand, where does that fit in what we need to evaluate, particularly if we are concerned about downtown residents and the cumulative effect of noise that could emanate from the second story, perhaps with this greater flexibility here?
I'll take that question, Mayor Pro Tem Lesser. The council can go in one of two directions. The way the report is proposed, there's flexibility there because we did not limit the eating and drinking establishment to the first floor. If the council were to want to specify that it could also pertain to the area above Petros, for example, or second floor in general, the council could do that with certain conditions imposed on the future tenant having to obtain it. We already know they have to obtain a use permit for alcohol, but then also if they wanted to include sound attenuation measures, that could be conditioned in as well. Right now, we have a policy that serves to direct us towards those types of conditions in the downtown when we do have second floor outdoor dining requests coming in. That we apply the policy. It could be a combination of what we're hearing from the outdoor dining task force, which would include a condition to incorporate sound attenuation measures, which would include the types of sound absorbing furniture, for example. In this case, there's a wall already behind that area, so that serves as a barrier itself.
And just final question, would that not also include potentially limits on operating hours?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I simply wanted to mention, I know that Tari did the presentation PowerPoint, and probably at the time when you created the PowerPoint, there were no public comments received. We've received 2, I believe, since like late today via email, and another resident did reach out to me to say that she would like to be here in person, but she has some health issues. So we did receive a couple of comments from the public, just so that those members of the public know that we know that you've commented. That's all. I'm not saying your report was wrong. I'm going to make sure there's no more questions and open it up to the public before we have our discussion. So let's open up public comment. Or public, it's actually open to public hearing, I think, right? Conduct the public hearing. Consider the public hearing, yeah.
Hi, I'm Dana McFarland. I own the Beehive, which is right there on the corner. And, you know, restaurants and retail really feed off of each other. And unfortunately, we've been next to Lemonade, who it's just not worked out for whatever reason, but it's really hard on us as a retailer to, you know, to make it work, because it's just a dead space. And so to open that up, you mentioned flexibility, then having a full restaurant there would really be great for us and great for the entire center. And then I did want to say, as far as Petros, they already have outdoor dining downstairs. Upstairs, to me, is no big deal. I mean, the noise isn't, I just don't think that's something to worry about. It faces into the center. I think it'd be great. So that's my 2 bits. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, Jill, our holiday elf.
Good evening, council, mayor, mayor pro tem, and our new council members. So exciting. As John mentioned, we have been talking for years about all of this. And part of me wants to just throw out some common sense language at this point, because I get frustrated in talking about the difference between an eating and drinking establishment and a restaurant and a full service. There's so many different things. The way that I have been speaking with him about it is, from our perspective, from the Downtown Business and Professional Association, a restaurant is a restaurant is a restaurant, whether it's a grab and go, sit down. I mean, I understand that there are different parking requirements and all of that. We are happy with the amount of dining square footage that they have. I would very, very much like to keep it the same percentage. I mean, I look at it as an overall development, like you would a strip mall, but I look at it in terms of our whole downtown as a development. And if we go too far in the direction of all restaurant, then it doesn't benefit our retailers, and vice versa. And I would absolutely agree with Dana that right now we have a situation that is really difficult for the retailers that are in there, because we've got a big empty space. And for the longest time, it wasn't a popular space either. And so being able to activate that space for longer periods of time, have outdoor dining on that, it's the main intersection as you come into downtown. If we could have some activity and dining and lighting and umbrellas and things that are outside on that front area, which is allowed, Lemonade had tables, Verve has tables, it really would help activate the square. It would be a point of interest for people as they're coming in. I would prefer not to look at it as, you know, Le Pan is this type of dining, and so therefore it can only be this type of dining. I'm looking at it as dining is dining is dining, and whatever is John thinks is best for his center, because it's his center. I mean, like, really, he manages it, and that's his job. From a business perspective for the rest of the greater downtown, we agree with the percentage that is there and would like to see that, but would really like to also maintain the percentage of retail that we have, because that is important too, because if we become an entire dining city, then people come, dine at one restaurant, and leave. They don't stay and spend money in multiple locations. So overall, I'm just saying, if we could kind of look at it as restaurant is restaurant instead of the different types, that would be, I think, helpful and easier for the general public to understand. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
May I ask a quick
yes,
question?
yes.
So I don't understand what you said about the restaurant percentages. You like what's there now, or you like what's?
I do. I do like what's there now. It doesn't matter to me, like John has said, well, what if we move it around? What if this space becomes available and it's too small for somebody else and we have to make this one space bigger to accommodate a Le Pan and lemonade together? I'm like, I don't care. It's dining is dining is dining to me. The number of tables is sort of irrelevant. It's sort of the looking at it as the picture of what is retail and what is restaurant. And it doesn't matter to me where it is. And I'm speaking of ground floor. Second floor is all over town. That's just completely different. And it's a different animal. And, what it takes for John to develop that and make that work is totally different. I mean, you know what the vacancies look like right now. And so, I mean, just take that into consideration, that it's not an easy time to be opening a business.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the questions. Nope. Other public comments? Beware, because we may ask you questions.
Sorry.
No, it's
I just
okay.
didn't-
No, it's great.
Hi, Council Kyle Ransford, 20-year resident and property owner in the downtown. I think it's an excellent opportunity to support outdoor dining on site. And I think there's a lot of pieces that have to go into supporting that kind of dining on site, and we've got a limited number of locations within the city to do that. And that's the best long-term plan for us as a city to focus our opportunities for outdoor dining where it can be accomplished on site, and it can be accomplished on site in many locations should the property owners and business owners decide to invest in those directions. So, I think this is an excellent opportunity to support the flexibility so they can bring somebody in quickly and not take up, continual staff time and delays and so forth, but also to be very thoughtful, as you have been, about outdoor dining, especially when we have the opportunity to do outdoor dining on site versus in the streets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ron Coach. I'm a property owner downtown. And I've been involved in the downtown parking mostly 25 years, 30 years, something. I questioned the 109 extra parking spots. Metlocks was designed with the third level or the second level of parking to accommodate the merchant permit parking. Originally, this project was designed with a single level of parking until the downtown kind of rallied and with the help of the council at the time and identified money that had been generated by the BID at the time that was paid for by business licenses that we could build the second level. And so that was to accommodate the business people in the district, which includes the entire downtown area. So right now, I don't know the number of merchant permit that are issued in the lower level or how much oversubscription it is currently. But I would caution you because in November, I received a letter about outdoor dining, and my building was identified as one of those. I have a restaurant in my building that was identified as a possible site for that. And I'm thinking, well, how many sites on the street are going to be removed for outdoor dining? I mean, we know how many were removed during COVID. It was 70-something, I believe. So if we take 40 off the street for outdoor dining, if that happens, where do those go? Or how do we replace those? And it was always the idea that The second level at Metlocks was the cushion for the downtown area. And it wasn't considered parking for the Metlocks development, except for, I know, John, the Shade has 34 dedicated to them in the second level, but the rest of it was pretty much for merchant parking and future needs. So I just want to caution, parking's a funny thing, and numbers kind of depends who you talk to. You know, the numbers hard to get your fingers on, but I just want to caution you that there's always already a vested interest in the downstairs. So before we give that away, we don't want to take them from the people that require them now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koch. And I really appreciate the historical perspective that you provided about the beginnings of Metlocks parking.
So what happens when you're around too long?
I didn't want to imply anything, but thank you. Any other public comments? Okay. Oh. Did you bring some soup?
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Petrus from Petrus Restaurant.
Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to, I don't understand all this, you know, regarding this informalities. I'm pretty sure you know all these things. I just wanted to inform you a little bit that we're 20 years on the restaurant downstairs. I don't think we had any problems and issues with the tenants and with the people who live behind. Actually, I never had a complaint in 20 years. I just wanted to explain to you that upstairs there is elevator for handicap, there is an access for handicap, there is 2 bathrooms, obviously, for, you know, male and female or whatever, and I think it will be pretty easy to allow me to have some small events like 10 people, 15 people, 20 people going up there, which is already come to the restaurant. I have a lot of, I cater the Lakers, I cater the Kings all those years, and all the time I have a complaint that I don't have a private room so they can go have a dinner. The same people who don't require more parking for 20 people or 15 people to go upstairs and have a dinner instead of being, you know, with everybody in the patio. So that's what I wanted you to understand, that it's nothing really like a restaurant or it's going to be like 300 people upstairs. First of all, the space is not for that. And right now there are kids running around. We have to chase them all the time, rollerblades, roller skates.
Sorry.
So if that's okay for that, for the city, I'm okay with that too. But I think it will be okay to allow us to have a couple of events, couple of private parties. And it's a physical location. Actually, my roof of the restaurant, that's where the patio is upstairs. That's what I wanted to let you know, to inform you. Thank you so much for your time.
Next time, bring soup. Just kidding. Oh, sorry. No. Any more public comments in chambers? Okay, we're going to go to Zoom. Are there any comments over Zoom?
Yes, we have Jim Burton.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm driving. Let me pull over here. Madam Mayor, members of council, appreciate the time and appreciate staff's effort on this. I mean, a lot of work went into this. I just want to add just a resident's perspective on this. Obviously, a longtime resident, 30 plus years, own property in downtown Manhattan Beach, have a business in downtown Manhattan Beach, and have certainly been around for quite a while. In terms of Metlocks, a couple things. One, I appreciate the comments regarding just the inclusion of outdoor dining on property versus in the street. I think we saw a great example of that with the Great White Pizza, them changing the building. I think we saw that with Hook and Plow. There's certainly others. In terms of the intensification of use and restaurant use, I think Joe Lampkin said it well. I mean, I like the balance. I think the town likes the balance. We don't want all restaurants. We do like the retail, certainly the balance of that. I think that's healthy for town. I think it's healthy for all of us. I do have concerns. The noise concerns, certainly, I mean, I can hear Culture, I can hear Hennessy's, I can hear Esperanza on the first level stuff. The second level at Esperanza, the second level or some of the outdoor dining stuff that people are talking about second level, I do think it changes the game. And certainly intensification of use, anything second level, changes the game for noise for residents downtown. I think we saw that with Shade years ago. It took a while to get that resolved, but it did get resolved. The second issue I have is parking, and I appreciate Ron's. I think Mayor Holworth, I think you nailed it. Nailed it with Ron's history there. I've got an in permit. It's very difficult as a business owner in town to utilize Metlocks with my in permit. And if we're going to allow the lower level to be used by Metlocks patrons that are not merchants, I think that's something that needs to get looked at. And then let me go back here and as a resident, I would really hope that at some point the outdoor dining task force will end. There will be some type of policy that is in place that we can move forward with. I think it's difficult for staff to come up with things. We've got all of these different ideas, but I see very little mitigation, the real mitigation, not theoretical sound stuff or whatever. Put some sound monitoring stuff on somebody's building. Great White Pizza looks directly into somebody's bedroom. Second floor at Esperanza looks directly into somebody's bedroom. Put some sound attenuation stuff in and around town. I mean, I know you probably have residents that would be willing to contribute to pay for it, but I think there you've got real data that can be used. Anyway, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Okay. And
Next is Jonathan Nichols.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, hello. 40-plus year resident here. Love the development that has occurred at Metlocks. I think it brings a lot of energy to the downtown. I am concerned about the parking calculations. I had a permit a few years ago when I was actively doing some business down there. So I think Ron put it pretty aptly that I think the numbers may, I don't want to say lie, but they will say one thing and maybe not tell the full story. So that is one item I wanted to echo. Two, in terms of parking, we do have good floor-to-floor heights in there, floor-to-ceiling heights. So I'd question maybe whether we could squeeze in more parking for someone like the Metlocks where they're utilizing valet. Maybe you could put in some stackers, which may be able to yield some additional parking. And three, now with a family of my own, big problem visiting downtown is where do we park our bikes? E-bikes, I can't bring them into Metlocks proper. So if there's a way, as you add this, to consider the expansion of some e-bike parking area in some capacity down there, I think that would help stem some of this problem of parking by offering other options for people to visit that area other than just on foot. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Nichols.
There's no further request on Zoom.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public comments or public hearing. And I have some comments to kick it off. This is not in the form of any motion or anything, but I wanted to address like the parking numbers that people have brought up. There were parking numbers presented in a report. Oh, we can accommodate. What we have to understand is that the planning department, when you do these parking studies, there are technical numbers that have to be used and calculated. So even though we as residents know it's hard to find parking there, technically there is a surplus. So technically there is a surplus of parking. And remember that we're not talking of expanding the square footage of Metlocks, but allowing for flexibility of uses. So, it's not that we're going to add restaurants on top of the retail, et cetera. And I appreciate when Petros came down because I think he clarified for us it's not a second floor of the restaurant as much as an event space or, that will be very different in terms of use. But again, we are talking about a permit to modify the established size limitations applicable to specific land uses. Okay. So again, Jill also, Ms. Lampkin brought up, is it eating and drinking? Is it food and beverage? And those, again, are technical specifications. And we can't really just simplify it because we just can't, because we got to follow the laws. Having said all that, and it's still, I don't know the difference either, by the way. But having said all that, I think as I look around our community, we are very fortunate here. I think we have a low-ish vacancy rate all over the downtown and in Metlocks, maybe like 7%. I'm looking at you, Madam City Manager, because what is the vacancy rate right now?
It's 10% at Metlocks, 2 to 3% in downtown overall.
We are incredibly lucky, right? Very few other areas have that. However, I think that in this day and age, I mean, who would have thought 10 years ago that, frankly, Amazon would change the very nature of how we interact with each other, with consuming goods, et cetera. And so it wasn't such an issue because it was easy to have retail. Every retail operator wanted to have something in Manhattan Beach if they could possibly afford it. And now it's very, very hard for retail to make it. They call it, bricks and mortar, although, of course, we're California, so not so many bricks. So I am very interested in providing flexibility. We were on, Councilmember Lesser and I were on the council the last time we did any amendments. And at the time, we only allowed like personal services. We didn't expand restaurant uses. And I remember thinking, I wasn't quite so comfortable with that, but I think that, we were listening to the residents and saying, okay, we hear you. We want to be very mindful, et cetera. And I think COVID and the way we started using outdoor dining has changed kind of our expectations and our uses a bit. So that's my way of saying now I'm much more interested in exploring a way to allow some flexibility, because if we don't provide that flexibility, I'm not sure how that all pencils out. So those are my comments. Councilmember Franklin, is that you, or was that from the last time? That's your...
No, that's new.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't trying to...
No, that's fine. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so I just have another question that came up in some of the discussions, Can we clarify the sidewalk dining that would be allowed, say, on Manhattan Beach Boulevard? Two places, actually, Manhattan Beach Boulevard, and if for any reason that interior plaza area is reconfigured vis-a-vis the fountain or that play area, if that were redesigned, could dining be moved out there?
So two separate discussion points. I'll separate them out. The dining that you see on the outside within the boundaries of the Metlocks property, we don't call that sidewalk dining because it is actually built into their use permit that they're able to do that for the food and beverage uses and for the eating and drinking establishments. If they were to expand onto the city right-of-way on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, then they would be subject to our standard sidewalk dining regulations.
Okay. And is alcohol allowed? Like, would alcohol be allowed out on that, in that area?
Because the jurisdiction that the City Council retained back in 2018 was so limited to the consideration of the expansion of restaurant square footage, we did advise the applicant that any alcohol uses for restaurants would have to come back for a use permit.
Okay, got it. So it would be looked at that way. I love Metlocks. I mean, I probably, every time I'm downtown, I walk through there. Jonathan replaced the furniture, and I don't know if that's attracted more people in the patio. You see people, you see book clubs meeting, you see what is it called? Lots of Love, the ladies who knit blankets for premature
baby
babies,
blankets.
are there.
Yeah.
There's 8 or 9 of them, and they're meeting and talking and everything. It is the very essence of community. There's good food choices. I think there's something there for everyone. I love the fireplace that is roaring at night, and that helps to create great ambiance as well. I'm generally in favor of this. Just the things that have come up in terms of noise mitigation, I don't think they're impossible to overcome. But I just think that it is going to be a vibrant area. The parking, it's just the way it is in Manhattan Beach. It's particularly challenging, because of the situation with Lot 3, because I'm sure that took overflow. And we'll have to see when that's finished what that will do. E-bikes, absolutely get those e-bike parking lots in there. I mean, this is what we've been talking about. This is why we're working on enforcement instead of banning e-bikes. We want families to come down. We want couples to come down. We want even kids to come down, as we see them now. I mean, when American Martyrs is out, Friday afternoon, downtown is inundated with kids that are on e-bikes and walking and things like that. So it only adds to the vibrance. I think it adds to the overall attractiveness to Manhattan Beach. So those are my comments for right now, and we'll wait for the vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sherrillian?
Thank you. I think there was appropriate due diligence done on this project. I mentioned in the presentation that there was a EIR, a final environmental impact report on this project. We mailed out 500 feet to property owners, and we had minimal input, from those owners of those properties. I guess I would also echo the concern for parking, and want to make sure we'll have a Lot 3 item a little bit later. Hopefully we'll get an update on that, and hopefully we can get a flat surface there sooner or later to help with parking. But I too would like to see places for e-bikes. There's larger footprints now. The bikes are larger. So as we transition into that, or we have been transitioning into that, I'd like to see that. But outside of that, I'll be setting a motion at some point, or seconding a motion for this. That's it.
Councilwoman Tarnay?
Thank you. Thank you to staff for the thorough report. I'm considering this in a number of ways. I'm looking at kind of just generally how cities are evolving. Our downtowns are evolving. City spaces, shopping spaces, restaurant spaces continually evolve. So, as a city, we have to support our businesses to be able to evolve and accommodate the changing times. So, Amazon and e-commerce has really taken away from our downtown businesses. So it's really important for us to support brick and mortar mom and pop businesses. So that's a priority for me. And so we need to be a partner in that. And then as far as incorporating outdoor dining, we've had the task force. It's been an issue that we've had since COVID. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to address some of those needs and wants of the community. And there are going to be challenges. There are going to be noise complaints. There are going to be some complaints about the way things are set up. But I don't think those things are prohibitive. I think there are some things that we can consider as a community, and there are ways to enforce it if people don't comply with noise issues. So I see that being something that we can mitigate and address. And then finally, with parking and, there is a shortage. I mean, this is why my husband and I scooter downtown most of the time that we go, because parking is so challenging. So as a community, as a city, I think, emphasis on e-bike and other modes of transportation, that's important as an evolving community. And and then with the opportunity of really being mindful about how we approach rebuilding parking lot 3. I see this as a whole downtown, I mean, it's pretty vital, but revitalization in some ways, looking at it really as an opportunity for us to look at our whole city and see ways that we can keep the small town feel and yet evolve in a way that that allows our businesses to stay in business. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Lesser. Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
It's been my privilege to have been involved with the entitling of the Metlox project since 2005 when I served on the Planning Commission. And as the mayor indicated, we were on the council that in 2018 did not grant a unilateral, broad sort of entitlement, and one that was open-ended to allow changes in use because we wanted to better understand what these uses were going to be and how they'd impact the community. What I can say going back many years is that the community wanted diverse usage in this facility. They didn't just want a food court. And that's been weighing on my mind because I think the diversity really has helped our community create that town square. That was the original vision. I give tremendous kudos to our lessee, Jonathan Tolkien, and his company, because they've really allowed it to grow and serve in that role. But in the interim, as has been mentioned, there's been major disruption in retail. We can see a growing number, and we have the rate of vacancy there that is growing with retail. It's hard to get retail tenants. It's hard to find appropriate restaurant usages, and we need to give some greater flexibility to our lessee as the marketplace has evolved. I also should add, parking standards are changing.
Yeah.
Other jurisdictions are sharply reducing parking standards with the expectation that fewer people are going to own cars. I'm pleased that in our city we have not fully reduced those standards, that we are still looking out for parking and asking practical questions, particularly as the one speaker indicated, the downstairs parking area is is utilized by those businesses with permits. I'm prepared to make the findings that we're being asked to make here tonight in terms of the master use permit and the coastal development permit with guardrails. I am concerned about the cumulative effects of noise on our downtown residents. So to the extent that that is the opposition, along with parking concerns, I'd like to, in our amendment, at least identify certain requirements for staff, which I think our city manager mentioned in passing, which have to do with hour limits, and then as well as sound mitigating measures that would be appropriate and consistent with this type of amendment. I also should note in passing there's been a reference to bike parking. I thought in the proposal there is an actual identification of space that would be dedicated.
I think there's 2 spots, I think.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Condition number 10.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's a condition.
Requires bicycle parking, and that the racks would accommodate either type of bicycle.
Right.
But otherwise, I am supportive of what Leslie's trying to do with guardrails to protect our community as things evolve.
So I've pressed my button to make a motion. So let's see if I can do this with your guardrails. I'm not sure we can put all guardrails in now. I don't know how we could put these sound mitigations in when we don't know what uses may be there. City Manager?
I can make a suggestion. Because alcohol uses would have to return to the Planning Commission for a use permit, and there is a nexus between the consumption of alcohol and noise concerns, that could also be utilized as a vehicle. And I'll look to the city attorney to confirm my statement as an avenue to include any specific conditions for those specific tenant spaces.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. City Attorney, could that work?
Yes, definitely. In fact, as the veterans on the council recall, when we have these quasi-judicial proceedings, we come back later on with the resolution because we wait to see what the evidence is, we wait for the findings, and that gives you a big opportunity to look at the conditions. So what staff did this time, they gave you a little preview of the conditions.
Yeah.
And some do address noise, and we have standard conditions about noise. But you'll have that opportunity to fully examine all the conditions when the resolution comes back, if there is a motion to draft a resolution.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that information, Madam City Manager. It makes a lot of sense. I was going to make my motion, but also confirm that by directing staff, my motion would be to direct staff to draft a resolution approving the master use permit amendment and coastal development permit on the condition that we're not giving blanket approval for alcohol licenses, as was mentioned at one point during the conversation. So that's not in my motion. So that would have to come back, conditional use permit, and then that where we could talk about noise and all of that.
Just to clarify, the use permits for alcohol would go to the Planning Commission
Of course.
as the decision-making body and only to the Council on Appeal.
Right.
And I will second that motion, particularly if at that point it also includes sound mitigation measures, particularly for
Right.
the second story.
Understood.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the concerns, but I do feel, and I appreciate you brought up the diverse tenants and our community values it, but yeah, it's a different time. And it's a nice food court. I just want to point that out. But okay, made a motion, it's been second. Oh, wait.
Well, you got it now.
Yeah, because it was me and then David.
Did Councilmember Cerulli have a question? No, I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
it just, our
did.
screen did a thing. I made the motion, Councilmember Lesser, or Mayor Pro Tem seconded. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and colleagues, I'm going to call for a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene, I can't see the clock, at 8:34.
Pegasus, can we go live? We're live, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to go on to our second public hearing of the night regarding the proposed use of community development block grant funds for fiscal year 2024-2025. Director Lee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to introduce Vizhena Laskowska. She's a senior civil engineer in our engineering division, and she'll be doing the presentation for you tonight. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Director Lee, for that introduction. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As Director Lee said, my name is Vizhena Laskowska, Senior Civil Engineer. We are here this evening to conduct a public hearing and present on the 2024 and 2025 Community Development Block Grant Program, commonly known as CDBG. Thank you. Agenda action items include adoption of a resolution approving the 2024 to 2025 CDBG program that authorizes the use of CDBG funds totaling approximately $213,772 for the constructions of 10 to 15 American with Disabilities Act ADA compliant curb ramps. CDBG regulations require that a public hearing be conducted to obtain citizens' views and to provide a public forum for questions regarding the proposed CDBG program. What is the CDBG program? CDBG program's mission is to improve the quality of life for low and moderate income persons, aid in the prevention of neighborhood deterioration, and meet other urgent community development needs. CDBG funds are used to improve the mobility and accessibility of disabled persons and senior adults. The proposed scope of work for this CDBG fund authorization is construction of approximately 10 to 15 ADA curb ramps to improve passive travel for elderly and disabled residents. ADA ramps will be constructed in residential areas adjacent to schools. Since about 2017, CDBG funds have installed 96 ADA compliant curb ramps in Manhattan Beach. CDBG funding. CDBG annual funding is based on the number of cities participating, census population counts, and poverty, overcrowding, and age of housing stock. The city's CDBG funding estimate, based upon prior year allocations, is approximately $102,256 in CDBG 2024-2025 funds, approximately $11,516 in unspent prior year CDBG funds, an additional approximately $100,000 in 2025 to 2026 CDBG funds, for a total overall $213,772 funds. Our staff recommends that the adoption of Resolution 25-0010 approving the 2024-2025 CDBG program. The resolution authorizes the use of the fiscal year 2024-2025 CDBG funds plus unspent previous fiscal year CDBG funds in the amount of approximately $113,772 to implement the construction of about 10 to 15 ADA compliant curb ramps. Additionally, the resolution authorizes the city to add fiscal years 2025 to 2026 CDBG fund allocation of approximately $100,000 to increase the project budget total to $213,772 of CDBG funding. This proposed project is consistent with the city's 5-year CIP program. That ends our presentation on CDBG. Thank you for your time. Staff is here if you have any questions.
Great, thank you, and welcome. Do my colleagues have any questions for staff? Yeah, go ahead.
I have one, and that is, of all of the remaining non-compliant corners in our city, how does staff prioritize where the greatest need is and which corners to get these compliant ramps, or in other words, funds, CBG funds for RECONVENE?
So the way we prioritize with our funding is pretty much the school access areas and the residential. So right now, I do have a map, which wasn't part of the presentation, that we've had on previous years. We've done around Meadows Elementary, Manhattan Beach Preschool, Maricosta, Penny Camp Elementary, and Pacific Elementary School as well. So it's usually within the school, and residential areas are the priority.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sherlin.
Marzena, on the priority list, I know here it says the CDBG funds will do about 10 to 15 curb ramps.
Correct.
Have we done an inventory of what's really out there as to outside of CDBG funding that may need to be done, or maybe included in next year's CIP?
So what we did back in 2018, December 2018 to March 2019, we had a consultant on board that took an inventory of all the ADA items, including sidewalk, curb ramps, and facilities, which means all the buildings around here. That report we received back from them, and those are being constantly chipped away from. We also from them received a software system, kind of like GIS pretty much, which showed the exact locations of all the different defects. Whether it's a curb ramp where it was truncated domes are missing, the slopes are wrong, or anything of that nature, or if it's a facility where your door width isn't correct, or the pressure of the door closing is incorrect, that is in that report. And so as we go through, CDBG becomes curb ramp associated, because then we can slowly knock down everything from the schools. And there is other projects that take care of the larger aspects. For one of them, we can talk about Fire Station 2. That was in that report, every single defect of ADA compliance, and the CIP project was currently just finished, and I believe it got an award for some item on there as well. It took out all of those ADA non-compliant items because it's a brand new build with ADA compliant.
Gotcha. One last question. The ramps, the ADA ramps on Valley and Ardmore, when you got the crosswalks there by Jocelyn Center, were those CDBG funds?
Those were not CDBG funds.
Okay. Those were just done out of necessity, and you were putting in something new?
That was a CIP program from another funding. It was a project that had been long-standing request, and I will give it to the director on how that went.
Wow, eyes in the back of your head. That was really good.
We had some Measure M funds for that, and as you know, the Finance Department was really helpful in cobbling together a variety of funds that were appropriate for that project.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions on that? Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to open it up to the public. All right, let me open up this public comments. Mr. Campe.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. If I'm here, you know I'm going to come say something, right? So just 3 questions on this one. It's 10 to 15 ramps at 213. That's somewhere between $14,000 and $21,000 a curb. Just, Eric, if you could talk to, is that a reasonable number? Seems kind of a little pricey to me. The second question, we have 96, we'll add 10 or 15 more. What's the total number we've got to solve over time? Are we looking at 200, 300? Where are we in that overall scheme of things?
That's where I was.
And CDBG funds. So the question is, if we don't use it for this, do we lose those funds? What happens to it? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get some answers.
We'll put 2 by your house.
That's by my house, too. I like that. Any more in council chambers? Okay, how about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, public hearings portion. I do want to ask the question of staff, do we lose the funding if we don't use it for curbs, et cetera? Is somebody either in finance or public works or city attorney or someone can answer that question?
We've got our ADA consultant, Tina Gall, here. Or, I'm sorry, our CDBG consultant, Tina Gall, that can answer that question.
Whomsoever. Hello, welcome.
How are you? Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tina Gall. I'm the city's CDBG consultant. No, the funds are not lost if they're not used for the ADA ramps. We would reallocate them to another eligible CDBG project.
Okay, great, thank you. But Mr. Director Lee, you guys have worked to identify that this is a needed project and it qualifies for the funding, so therefore we want to use it in that manner.
Correct, and we're looking to do 10 or 15 with this project. We have upwards of 2,000 in the next many decades to get to.
Yeah.
And so if we continue to get this kind of funding that's, quite frankly, it's kind of limited in ability, we can keep chipping away and making these community improvements.
Right, it's not, that's very limited in scope of what the funds can be used for.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Any more questions for staff? Because I see we have a motion by Councilmember Franklin, and that motion would be?
I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the allocation of CDBG funds and through resolution number 25-0010.
And that has been seconded by Councilwoman Ternay. I call for the question, please.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, if my colleagues will indulge me for a moment, there's been a request by staff to move item 20 ahead of item number 19 due to a staff issue. So unless anybody disagrees, we're going to do that, but you're going to have to give me a second, staff, to get my other notebook out.
Please.
So everybody get their boards and commissions thing, and I don't know where. We have to talk about this dais. This is almost unworkable up here.
I know. It's very,
oh, don't complain. Look, you have all that room over there.
Yeah, we have the end units.
I think we just go down to 3 councilmen.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
No.
Steve and I will be one.
Oh, I like it. Okay. Let me make sure I have everything here, folks. Yes. Literally, I have no room. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, this is hard. I mean, look at this. It's so hard to be in the mayor. Okay. I'm really sorry. I'm being a little silly. So, we're going to have Brianna come up and lead us off on this. And after you explain what we're doing, I'm going to make a few comments.
So good evening, Mayor and City Council. Brianna Contreras, your Deputy City Clerk. I have 2 announcements this evening, one regarding tonight's Board and Commissions appointments, and another about the upcoming annual interview and appointment process. So the annual Boards and Commissions interview and appointment process. The application process will launch on Thursday, January 23rd, with an ad in the Beach Reporter, as well as the city's social media channels and Gov delivery notifications. Applications will be available on our city website at www.manhattanbeach.gov/boards and commissions. The deadline to submit an online application is 4 p.m. on Friday, April 11th. The agenda will be posted on Wednesday, April 16th, and interviews are scheduled for Tuesday, April 22nd. Appointments will be made at the regular City Council meeting on Tuesday, May 6th. The following boards and commissions will not have any scheduled vacancies during this year's annual Boards and Commissions interview and appointment process. These include the Planning Commission, the Parking and Public Improvements Commission, and the Board of Building Appeals. So the first commission that will have seats is the Parks and Recreation Commission. The 3 seats are 2 members at large and 1 student representative. The second commission is the Library Commission, also with 3 seats, 2 members at large and 1 student representative. And lastly is the Cultural Arts Commission with 3 seats, 2 members at large and 1 student representative. Now, in regards to tonight's vacancy appointments, City Council to appoint to the following vacancies: the PPIC Parking and Public Improvements Commission, Library Commission, and the Cultural Arts Commission. For applicants who are not appointed tonight, staff will reach out to them tomorrow regarding the annual boards and commissions interview and appointment process. And that concludes the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you very much. So are you going to, no, I lead us through this, right? Oh, no, you lead us through it. Okay, let me make a few comments first, just so everybody here is clear. Everybody here, I think, is clear that tonight we're talking about some vacancies because some people, moved, left, retired, whatnot. So tonight, there are only 3 positions that we're talking about. We had, 47 applications? 41 applications for 3 spots. So it's competitive. It's going to be hard to get. But it's also so wonderful that so many people in our community decided that they should try to give back more than they probably already do. So I want to, A, commend everyone, and B, we still have to think of ways to make more opportunities for residents to be engaged and give back because they clearly want to. And then after we go through this, I want to talk about the next process that we're about to go through. All right, so with that, you can lead us off.
So on January 14th, the City Council conducted interviews for the boards and commissions. The City Clerk's office received 43 applications, 2 of which were withdrawn, leaving 41 for consideration. Tonight, you will be filling 3 vacancies. If there are no questions from City Council, I recommend we first open the floor to public comments before beginning the appointment process.
All right, I shall do so. Public comments are open. Anybody in chambers? All right, how about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay.
Great. So we will begin with the Parking and Public Improvements Commission. Member at large, seat number 2, which is currently vacant. The individual appointed will complete the remainder of the term, which expires on May 31st, 2026. Following that, the appointee will be reappointed to a full 3-year term with no additional action required at that time.
Okay, thank you. And to the council members who have been here the least amount of time, do you understand how this is? We each get an opportunity. In the first round of nominations, there may be 5 different people. And so that's how it shall work. So you don't have to feel pressure to say the same person that first round. Okay? Councilmember Franklin.
For PPIC, Fred Taylor.
Okay, Councilwoman Tornay.
For PPIC, Dave Jones.
Okay, Councilmember Sherillian.
PPIC, Stefan Kemp.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Before I make my nomination, again, I want to emphasize for the public, 41 applications for 3 seats for an irregular appointment. 41. This is extremely difficult. There are so many qualified people, and I appreciate the mayor's comments. We're heartened that so many people want to be involved. My nominee would be Gary Scalabrini.
Okay. And I'm going to nominate Geeta O'Neill.
Who? Gita?
Geeta. Yeah, Geeta O'Neill. Okay. So, Councilman, you can nominate up to 2 for this. So for round 1, you can say 2 names. Okay.
No, okay. My 2 for PPIC is Scalabrini and Geeta O'Neill.
Okay. All right. Okay. Councilmember Shrillian?
My round two is Stefan Kemp and Robert Seemack.
Oh, Bob Seemack?
Oh, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Is he one of the?
No, you can't, because he didn't, yeah, right, he didn't get nominated the first
okay.
time. Sorry, it has to be one of the 5 from before.
Then I'll just keep one.
Okay. Councilmember Lesser, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Gary Scalabrini and Gita O'Neill.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Scalabrini and O'Neill, he said. Okay, so I'm going to go to O'Neill and Compa. I said O'Neill and Compa,
Right.
so it's your turn.
I'm going to do exactly the same. O'Neill and Compa.
Okay, so in order to move forward, you had to have, I believe, 3 votes, correct?
Yeah.
So O'Neill and Compa move forward. Okay, so Councilmember Shirley,
Campo.
Councilmember Lesser,
O'Neill.
and I'm going to say O'Neill. Councilmember Franklin,
Who's here that doesn't have objects in their hand? Compa.
okay, and Councilwoman Turney.
This was such a hard decision for me, just in general, because there were so many qualified candidates. So I just want to make that clear, but I'm going to go with O'Neill.
Okay, all right.
Move to make it unanimous.
Yes, Council members Franklin and Shrillian, would you accept that?
Yes. Well, for me, yes, for me.
Okay. Councilmember Shrillian, would you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. And yes, you've had your first round. It's horrible.
It's,
This is horrible.
This is really a really terrible process.
Yeah, it is. It is the hardest thing.
Okay.
But the good thing is there were so many qualified candidates, so I knew that we'd
And,
get.
and in years past, we've had people, again, qualified, and there's been people who kept trying and they get on. I mean, it's just that way. Okay, Brianna, are we on seat number 3?
Yeah, so thank you. So Stefan Compa will be appointed to the Parking and Public Improvement Commission.
No,
seat number 2.
Gita O'Neill. Gita O'Neill.
Oh, it's Gita?
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
okay.
so- a nice.
And he's here.
I apologize. Gita O'Neill will be appointed to the PPIC Commission, seat number 2.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now we're at Library Commission, is that correct?
Yeah. So next is the Library Commission, member-at-large, seat number 3, which is also currently vacant. The appointee will fulfill the remaining term, which ends on May 31st, 2025. After that, they will be reappointed to a 3-year term with no further action needed at that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
So library, right?
Library.
Library.
So I go first here. Carrie Thelen, if that's how you say her name. Councilmember Frank?
Amy Ferris.
Amy Ferris. Councilman Tornay.
Jackie Chu.
Okay. Councilmember Shrillian.
Chu.
Okay. Councilmember Lesser.
No further nominees.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
Wow.
Councilmember Franklin.
Ferris and Carrie Thelen.
Okay. Councilwoman Tarnay.
Ferris and Chu.
Councilmember Shirellian.
Chu and Ferris.
Okay, our Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
Chu and Ferris.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so I'll do Chu and Ferris as well.
Oh, man, I'm first.
Mm-hmm.
Chu.
Okay. Councilmember Trillian.
Ferris.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh my gosh, this is so hard.
It's so hard.
This is so hard, and there's, again, an opportunity for an open seat coming up
That's right.
Yeah.
in May. Merely because she has already served on a body, Chu.
I love what you said, and I think that, you know, the people that we're all championing here, like, we're in similar, I hope that the other person will reapply for that. So I will go with Chu as well.
Ferris.
Okay, so we've got 3 Ferris and 2 Chu. No, 3 Chu and 2 Ferris.
Move to make it anonymous.
Move to make it anonymous?
Ferris, yeah.
No, Chu. I mean, it's, you know,
Here's someone else.
Yes.
yeah,
Chu?
Chu.
Chu. Yeah.
Chu.
Chu.
So,
Chu.
yeah, and, you know, like I say, there was so much consistency in our recommendations. I hope people will reapply. All right, Cultural Arts Commission, correct, Brianna?
Yeah, so Jacqueline Chu will be appointed to the Library Commission, seat number 3. And finally, we have the Cultural Arts Commission, member-at-large, seat number 5, which is vacant. The appointee will complete the remaining term, which expires on May 31st, 2026. Following that, they will be reappointed to a full 3-year term with no additional action required.
Okay. Councilmember Lesser.
Ellen Rosenberg.
No further nomination.
Phil Guidry?
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 Yeah, Guidry, I think.
Yeah.
Councilman Tornay?
Dana Torrey.
Council Member Trillian.
Tori.
Okay. So I'll do Ellen Rosenberg and Tori.
I'll do Guidry and Torrey.
Councilman Tornay.
Rosenberg and Torrey.
Okay. Councilman Trillian.
Just Tori.
Councilmember Lesser.
Ellen Rosenberg and Phil Guidry.
Okay, so Guidry does not move forward because you have 2 votes. So now you can choose from Ellen Rosenberg or Dana Torrey.
Torrey?
Just want to look at my notes one more time. Torrey.
Tori.
Rosenberg.
And Rosenberg, but I will accept the anonymous.
Unanimous.
Or anonymous.
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
I thought there was a ghost here.
The unanimous decision of my colleagues. Okay.
So Dana Torrey will be appointed to the Cultural Arts Commission, seat number 5. That concludes the appointment process.
I would encourage my council members to save this applications maybe. And I would also like us to consider at another meeting date, a future agenda item. Well, I could bring it up later, but I'm just going to bring it up now because I think that we should think about what we used to do pre-COVID, where we got to have, it was speed dating, but it was a back and forth with the applicants rather than a one-way communication. We can talk, don't give your opinion now, we can talk about bringing it forward at the future agenda item session.
Your Honor, if I could make a comment?
You may.
Just wanted to also echo the fact that so much public commitment to want to serve, and just for a short period of time, and also to the city clerk's office and Brianna for over 40 applicants. That's a lot, and so appreciate all the effort.
Okay, thank you. All right, changing my notebooks
Can I say
out.
something?
Here we go.
Yes, please.
I also wanted to qualify my just to let people know who applied, that my decision was really based on kind of the big projects that I know we have coming down the pipeline, and so experience was really important to me, and knowing processes and systems. So I just wanted to let people know that, you know, I try to be mindful about what went into my decision making.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's very difficult. It's completely difficult. Okay.
Go change it back.
Thank you.
Just don't want any more sharks.
What was that?
Oh, no, we're switching back to.
I know you don't. Don't worry, Steve is gone. Napolitano is gone. No more sharks. Okay, so now we're going to go back in time and do item number 19. Lot 3 parking structure, local emergency update. Okay.
Good evening again.
Hello.
Our presentation tonight will be given by Principal Civil Engineer Jeff Fialka.
Good evening, Mayor Howarth, members of the council. Welcome, Councilmember Sherelian, Councilmember Tarney. My name is Jeff Fialka, Principal Civil Engineer, here to provide an update on the Lot 3 parking structure emergency demolition and replacement project. And after this brief presentation, we do still have staff available from not just the Public Works Department, but also Finance Department and Community Development for any questions you may have about this topic. A brief look at the timeline of significant events since we started this demolition project last summer. The Parking 3 structure was fully closed to the public at the end of July of last year in 2024. In early September, on the 3rd of September, City Council declared a local emergency and ordered the immediate demolition and replacement of the parking structure. Demolition work started at the very end of October and was completed on November 22nd. Shortly thereafter, on December 9th, the Cosmont companies presented to City Council a list of potential redevelopment options for the site. Staff will be returning at a later date to provide Council more information on each of those options. Also in early December, City staff started working with our consultant designer to prepare the design drawings for the interim parking lot, the at-grade parking lot that will be constructed at the Lot 3 site. And the design of that lot is really the subject of the rest of this presentation tonight. So in starting the design process, the first step was to review all the pertinent codes that are going to govern the redevelopment of this site. The California Green Building Standards Code is one of those codes that we have to comply with when redeveloping a parking facility in the city. It requires both bicycle storage at the Lot 3 interim lot as well as electric vehicle charging stations. Based on the number of parking spaces that are anticipated for the site, we are anticipating incorporating 4 bicycle racks, and 4 electric vehicle charging stations. Staff is currently exploring the possibility of including solar charging vehicle chargers, similar to what you see here. This picture was taken down at Bruce's Beach by the lifeguard headquarters. It is a solar charger capable of charging 2 vehicles. So as I mentioned, there will be 4 vehicle chargers installed at the site per code. They may look like the one here, or they potentially could be grid connected. We're still evaluating our options there. In addition to those green code requirements, the city's local coastal program has some additional requirements for the development of a parking facility. Notably, the local coastal program, or LCP, requires both interior and perimeter landscaping in a parking facility. It also restricts site lighting to 12-foot maximum height, and it requires that the Planning Commission consider a use permit for the site. So these requirements could be somewhat impactful or potentially very impactful to the development of the site. If strictly adhered to, the landscape requirements would eliminate approximately 20 of the planned 69 parking spaces. However, as indicated here on this slide, there is a section of the LCP that allows City Council to authorize deviations from these LCP requirements during an emergency. And we'll come back to that in the recommendations in just a minute here. The final development consideration included in tonight's discussion is a refuse enclosure. If a refuse enclosure, or rather, if any trash or recyclables are planned to be stored on the interim Lot 3 site, it would be required by code that those containers are stored within a code-compliant refuse enclosure. The closure would have to have the elements listed here on the screen, fully enclosed on all sides, including a roof with one or more gates to access the inside of it, a connection to the sewer, as well as a primer to prevent sewer gases from coming up into the enclosure, and fire sprinklers depending on the proximity of the enclosure to adjacent structures. Now, we are not anticipating storing any recyclables or trash, any city-owned recyclables or trash at the Lot 3 site. So the question probably would then be, why are we discussing a refuse enclosure? A little bit of history on that. Prior to the closure of Lot 3, there had been a set of recycle bins stored within the enclosure that you see here in this image. They were fully enclosed in a fenced-off enclosure within the southwest corner of the site. These are the recycle bins for a set of nearby businesses who have, by agreement with the city, been storing their recycle bins there since the early 2000s. While there is no written agreement with these businesses in place, it has generally been understood that they would be required to move the bins out of there either when Lot 3 was fully redeveloped or when those businesses remodeled or redeveloped. If the city is to construct a refuse enclosure at the interim site that could house these bins, the estimated cost for that is on the order of $135,000. And if City Council directs staff to move forward with the construction of a refuse enclosure, we ask that you also provide instruction or direction regarding payment of collecting rents or payment of fees for the use of that structure. So in summary, staff recommends that City Council determine by 4/5 vote that there's a need to continue the emergency action. We also recommend that staff authorize deviations from any applicable provisions of the Manhattan Beach Local Coastal Program, and also provide direction about constructing a refuse enclosure within the interim parking lot. That concludes the presentation, and as I mentioned earlier, we are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's see who goes first here. Okay, Councilmember Lesser.
The trash bins are probably going to be a major focus for council tonight, and I wanted to better understand the current disposition of the bins that previously were located in the former Lot 3 structure. They are legal to be left on Center Place, or are they prohibited from being placed for a longer duration where they are? Must there be a structure enclosure for them?
There were 4 bins that were originally housed inside the parking structure. Prior to the demolition activities, they were temporarily relocated, as you indicate, into Center Place. Where they are currently located, they were consolidated into 3 separate bins. They were moved there under emergency circumstances, but it is in violation of the code, and there are concerns from access issues related to their current position in the alley.
So I'm trying to better understand what the choices are. To the extent that it's impermissible for them to remain there, they need to go somewhere. And so I'm going to take a leap here. One of the questions I just want to clarify from staff is that the property owners and or their tenants must make some accommodation for some placement of the bins on site, on their property. Is that right?
That is correct.
The alternative is there must be some sort of provision in the temporary lot that accommodates these bins, correct?
In order for it to be code compliant, we would need to fully construct, as described, a trash enclosure. There is unfortunately not a very quick and easy solution that keeps the city and these businesses in compliance.
Final question. If the cost to the city, as indicated in the staff presentation, is $135,000, how would staff go about determining a market rate to charge the property owners, given that obviously their businesses, there's challenges in keeping their businesses operating? This would be an additional cost that they didn't have before. How would staff recommend council approach the direction for devising a charge, given that the city's cost to build the structure would be approximately $135,000?
From a public works perspective, we would look at those potential costs that we charge to the business owner as broken into at least three components. There would be a fee for the use of the land itself, similar to what businesses currently pay for, say, sidewalk dining, which I believe is $3 a square foot, which has been shown to be under market rate. In addition to that, there would be costs involved with actually maintaining the trash enclosure. There are utility fees to be paid, there's pest control, routine cleaning of it. And then the third component we would likely look at, if directed by City Council, would be our cost to recoup the construction cost of the enclosure, which would be spread out over the anticipated duration that this enclosure would be in place, which is not currently defined.
And last question for now is, so is there an estimated number of years, obviously it's dependent upon council, it's dependent upon our budget, for how long this temporary lot and this structure would remain in terms of amortizing what that cost might be?
Based on what we heard at the City Council meeting on December 9th when the options were presented, staff is anticipating a minimum of 2 to 3 years that this interim lot would remain in place. So we'd be looking at trying to amortize $135,000 amongst those businesses over 24 to 36 months.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councilmember Franklin.
Great, thank you. Sir, so based upon what is in this presentation, we're down to 59. If all this stuff has to go in the compliant items, we're down to 59 spaces?
69 if we eliminate the requirement for the landscape that can be done.
Okay, so that can be done. Okay, great. The enclosure, can you just go back one slide? This is slide 7. Go back to slide 6, please. Okay, so that's the way that is today.
This was prior to demolition.
Right.
We're looking at the corner of the structure
Right.
and the enclosure that had been there
Right,
prior to
yeah.
demolition.
Right.
So, if you can go back one more then, please. So even if we're, another one, the picture of it, yeah. So even if we're going to be temporary, it has to look like that.
In order to comply with the building code, correct.
Right, okay. All right. Can you go to the solar, the picture of the solar, please? Okay, so I've seen that. That's very large. When it says 4 chargers, would that be at this, just looking at this, I know it's not going to be like this, but, so this is 2, so then we would need to get another.
Yes, if we went this direction, it would most likely be what you see here plus 1 additional unit. In this setup they have here, the cars don't actually park on the pad, but there are options to do so. So where the cars park in relation to the charger is not yet determined, but we would very likely, to comply with the requirement for 4 chargers, have 2 of these setups, each capable of charging 2 vehicles.
Okay. So, and this generates electricity from the solar panels. Okay. Some free thinking here. The city is totally on Clean Power Alliance. So all of our power is generated by solar panels somewhere in the great universe. Could we make an argument that if we connected that to the city's infrastructure, that it's generated by solar panels?
We're looking at potentially incorporating the solar ones, 1, to speed up the process, 2, to have better control of the process. If we do grid connected, there's not currently power at the site. We'll have to work with Southern California Edison to bring power in, set a new transformer, trench, and install all the necessary infrastructure, keeping in mind that this is an interim facility. Also, the program with Edison, under which you carry out those installations, Edison has offsets for it, but you don't receive those if the project is not in place for a certain period of time, which I believe is 60 months. So we'd have to bear the full cost of the electrical infrastructure necessary to bring it in, which is why we're looking at the solar ones, which could be located to another site after the interim lot is no longer used.
But then when whatever building is, or structure is put there, that's going to be fully connected to.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I mean, there is adjacent power service. We disconnected when we demolished the structure.
Okay,
and
we're
don't
not
have
going to, are we going to need to put solar panels on top of that to be compliant with this California Green Building Code requirements?
I don't believe so. We could check with the building official, but at this point, we don't know what the permanent redevelopment is, so the requirements would, of course, be a function of what the redevelopment is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sherlin?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Good work on this project. How large, square footage-wise, estimated is the new trash enclosure?
I believe it's 265 square feet. And so that one has been sized, and it's actually been designed in the event that we want to move forward with construction of it. It's been sized to accommodate the bins that are currently being stored within the alley. So keep in mind, if only one tenant wanted to move forward and pay the fee, all of those costs don't scale down. We still have to connect it to the sewer, we have to connect it to water, and so forth, even with one business choosing to occupy it.
So have we spoken to the businesses at all, or have we reached out to the 4 businesses that they might be amicable to potentially providing any money towards this?
As I understand it, Public Works has been talking to the DBPA more in conjunction with the overall larger modifications potentially to the refuse enclosure requirements. I don't know if Director Woodley has more information on that.
Yeah, we had 2 community meetings focused on business needs last week on the 14th and the 16th. In both meetings, there was interest from the business community about having city land where they could store the refuse, similar to Lot 3. And all of those in attendance, both those meetings, were aware that the council is considering this item tonight.
Right. Were the 4 businesses per se at that meeting as well? Do we know?
I believe they were. We had representatives from Kettle, Love and Salt, Mr. Coach was there. I'm trying to think who the
And both Kettle and Love and Salt made a public comment earlier today on this issue, on this particular item.
Last question.
In full transparency, we talked concepts of the refuse enclosure ordinance, how it could be improved, and there was interest in having city facilities like Lot 3 to store the refuse. No conversations with them about any type of fees.
Got you. So the way I'm looking at the math, at $135,000 just to construct it. I think Jeff said there was other ancillary costs for operations. So if we have a 36-month return on investment from the 4 businesses, it's about $1,100 a month, roughly. So I guess just more of a comment than.
Did we say 36 months? Is that what you were suggesting?
I heard 24 to 36 months as far as.
So at 36 months, if there were 4 tenants paying equally.
What was that where?
We think it's about $1,470 per month per tenant.
Okay. I was lowballing it a little bit, but that was just quick, dirty math here. No Excel spreadsheets. So okay.
And that includes not only the land rent and the cost for construction, but also modest maintenance and whatnot.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll open it up to public comments. Is there anybody in chambers who would like to speak to this, Jill?
Really?
I'm sorry. I look forward to your comments.
I think we should just give her a seat over here.
We have room on, I'm going to talk about that later.
You just said you don't have room at all.
We don't have room. I'm cranky. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Jill Lampkin, Executive Director, Downtown Business and Professional Association. I wanted to say we didn't have representatives from all of the businesses because Hennessy's was not there. But all of them have been contacted. I have given them infinite amount of information about this. There was no price that was given. And so, and hearing that $1,400 a month, I mean, it was, the overall price was given of $135,000, but it was never said that it would be $1,400 a month per business. And I can tell you right now that that's not going to be feasible. It's, the reason that all of this, and you saw the interest earlier in people coming to talk, is because of what Eric said, Director Lee, that in the beginning of the trash enclosure discussions that we said, because we're changing code, and so we had everybody come in to try and talk about what are the best things that we can do to help businesses survive while continuing to meet these ever-increasing requirements of the state. I mean, just like Ron said, when we started, it was a trash can. Well, now it's trash can and recycling. Now it's trash can, recycling, and green waste. Who knows what it'll be next week, you know, or next month or next year. And so these ever-increasing sizes, as we started looking at what that would cost in terms of eating into the square footage, it's just not realistic. And so one of the things that came up was this shared enclosure idea. And obviously a 3-year amortization period is a little difficult to work with. So, you know, we would be talking about something in a longer term, but definitely this is something that we would like to see. It's good for the businesses, it's good for residents, it's good for traffic purposes, it's good for parking. I mean, it's much better for everything. I know I'm out of time. There are other people that are going to speak to more specifics, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Kyle Ransford, 25-year resident and downtown landowner. I feel like we're taking a really simple issue and making it really complicated, worried about what's going to happen in the future. Today, the law says you need 3 cans to run your business. If you talk to most of the restaurant owners, 3 cans picked up daily is all you need. Instead, we are putting regulation that is not codified to have much larger enclosures. Our trash people favor bins versus cans, and there's advantages for bins versus cans, but requiring bins is now creating the problem that we need places for the bins. If we simplify things and have a sensible trash policy, then we don't have to try to mitigate our unsensible trash policy with other things. I'm personally not in favor of a long-term solution of off-site storage and having trash commuted across the city. I am in favor of on-site trash storage, minimum of the 3 bins that are required. If it changes in the future, we'll deal with changes in the future, serviced appropriately, hidden from public view. The requirements to have 2 feet around every can is insensible. We can stack the cans as tight as we can on site as long as they're serviceable. And so we have a decision to deal with that issue now as this temporary, you know, we're having a discussion about a temporary facility, and obviously there's significant costs there. But I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Ransford. Okay, Mr. Compa? We also have to Zoom.
Good evening once again, Stefan here. On the solars, I didn't hear a cost on those, how much that would cost to put those in. And the second question there is, would it be possible to, you know, not to put them there, but make a permanent somewhere else and get an offset? So we did put it in, so we could put it in somewhere else and just get a permanent solution and not have to move it. But it'd be nice to know what kind of costs we're talking about for those.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
Good evening once again. I'm Ron Coach still. I'd like to see the replacement of what we had in this new temporary lot. I don't know if it's probably been looked at as an emergency replacement thing that doesn't have to be permanent looking. I would like to see if we could incorporate more merchants into these 4 or 3 or 4 dumpsters, if you will. If you look from my property west down Center Place, you see nothing but a row of bins. And they sit there 24/7 in the alley, in Center Place. I'd like to see that incorporated here, or get the bins that are currently in the street out of the street. The big problem we have currently where the temporary bins are is that's where all the delivery trucks would park daily, every day, 7 days a week. And now these guys pull up and they park in the middle of the street, of the Center Place. And so you make the corner up at Morningside to come down Center Place, and there's a truck there, you're having to back all the way out. So that's another issue with these temporary bins being where they're at, are the delivery trucks. And the Kettle and Esperanza, Hennessy's, these businesses get every day some type of delivery, even on Sunday. And these guys have to have a place to park. It's a tough job for those guys driving the trucks. It's a tough job for people trying to get down the alley. God forbid we need a fire truck to get down the alley. So there's more to this than, but it would be better if we could spread the load and invite other people in.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Code. Okay. Any other public comments in chambers? How about on Zoom?
We have Jim Burton.
Okay. Mr. Burton.
Madam Mayor, member of council, a couple things. Number one, commending staff on the contractor selected to get this done, and the fact that the structure is gone. A couple comments. One, I agree with Kyle. The overregulation early on-site trash is best, but right now at Lot 3 we had 4 individuals. I know Esperanza was not in the meeting the other day, but 4 individuals that have utilized that. What we need to do to fix it, I'm not sure, but as a resident, very concerned about the amount of trash that's in the alley. I think Ron, again, nailed it. The bins are get them out the street. The delivery trucks are blocking alleys. There's nowhere to park. And I think from a resident standpoint, getting the trash out of the alley. I mean, you can walk down 11th Place. It's disgusting. 9th Place, the same thing. But in between the alleys, whatever we can do as a city to improve the aesthetics of the nastiness of the trash in the alleys would be great. And I know that there's a lot of complications. Certainly Mr. Sims spending $200,000 to get some enclosures. That's a lot of money. It did clean up the alley, but if there's a way to provide some flexibility for this with some shared stuff, at least temporarily at Lot 3, I think that would be great. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Jim.
The next one is audio only. They're calling just from a phone.
Okay. Hello, audio? Hello? Can you see if they
can hear you, but they don't. They have to unmute themselves. There we
Hi,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Awesome. Okay, this is Rachel Jensen. This item concerns me, and I'm hoping the city doesn't consider using public funds to build a trash enclosure for the benefit of a couple of businesses. How would this be fair to the other businesses or taxpayers? Please consider this. That's all that I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's no additional request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have questions.
Yeah, me too.
Questions for staff following the public comments. And maybe I'll list them, and then I defer to which staff member is in the best position to answer them, or if staff is going to need to do some research and return to council with some choices. First of all, what exactly is codified related to trash enclosures? We've heard some differing points of view as to what the current code requires and what state law requires. Second, by virtue of our having declared an emergency here, does that give us some leeway with regard to compliance, including the construction of a temporary structure? Next, how is this calculation impacted if some owners want to have a shared bin and others want to house their trash on site? Does that not undermine what the calculation would be in terms of the remaining merchants that would want to take advantage of a city constructed shed? And then finally, it's this last question. To the extent that a $1,400 monthly charge for a trash enclosure would be too much for vendors, what public benefit could we consider as a council to help underwrite any cost of it without, as the caller who just called in indicated, it becomes essentially a gift of public funds? How can council weigh what portion of the cost might be appropriately defrayed by the public? So I defer to staff as to what to answer now, because I'm not prepared to vote to move forward until I get some answers to those questions, and probably my colleagues have questions too.
Yeah, let me ask some other questions, I think, and I can tell you can track them. I mean, your question about if we still are under an emergency order, could we perhaps build something more temporary, like Mr. Coach suggested? And do we have to abide by the certain codes now if it's an emergency? I want to confirm that this is separate and apart from our trash enclosure policy. This is just to handle what is, been taken away. And we'd provided this enclosure for 4 of the businesses in the old Lot 3, may it rest in peace, pieces. Thank you. Did we charge them? I assume we charged them for the right to, okay. So that's interesting. So I guess that was the answer. Do we charge them? And I too would say that, trying to recover, let's say we figure something out, but I would say that trying to recover $1,400 a month from these businesses is absolutely not okay. I don't think that they can handle that. I do take in mind what the caller said, but to me, the public benefit would be that we don't have rats running around. It would be great if, like Mr. Ransford said, everybody could have trash cans on site, but if you've ever walked around the downtown, you know that that's absolutely not possible for some places. So I can understand the need for this. It would take away a few parking spots, but we need to iron out some of these issues. If others have questions, let's ask them now so they can answer them all at once. If not, let's just have him answer those. Okay? We good?
Yeah, I'd rather him answer.
I got a question.
He's got a question. We got another question.
Okay. Maybe it should have been asked earlier on, but
Mine should have.
I know we got to make a decision tonight, but what kind of timeframes are we looking at? Will something like that hold the whole construction up for 2 months to put in a trash container and things like that? It has to be connected to the sewer now because of awful fluids that are coming out of things?
Correct, and I'll answer your other question in sequence with the rest of these. Was there additional?
He's going to answer in sequence.
Yeah, I know.
I'll hold my question until Jeff goes with these questions.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't understand it.
Let's answer Councilmember Franklin now, because that will
Yes.
point to the urgency and the importance of resolving this tonight.
Okay. So the answer to how does this impact the timeline or construction of the interim parking facility? Staff's recommendation and preference would be to not move forward with the construction or sending this out to bid or submitting it for permitting until we have an answer if we're going to be moving forward with a refuse enclosure or not. We could proceed, but keep in mind that because it does require a connection to the water and the sewer, that would be one of the first things done in construction. So you may want to think of it as any delay or any timeline to receive an answer on this, our recommendation would be to hold off on moving forward with the construction or even bidding it out until we have that answer. So a one-for-one delay almost, if you will.
And one other question, did you take into account with the 69 spaces that it would be further reduced by the size of this container?
No, the trash enclosure is included on the site within the lot that has the 69 spaces. There's actually a dead area in one corner of the site where we can't access it for parking spaces anyway, so we didn't lose any to accommodate a trash enclosure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now do you want to?
Circle back through those. I'll try and knock out some of the more straightforward ones first. Regarding this, we know that this is a declared emergency. The question was, is there any leeway in the code, given that this is an emergency? This is something that staff has looked into extensively, and we did not find that there's any exceptions, variances that can be granted because this is an emergency. The next one, the question about, the calculation, how would it be impacted if there were fewer businesses than the 4 signed up? Looking strictly at the ability to recoup the cost, if we're directed to do so, we only see that it would increase the cost for those other businesses. Is this separate and apart from the other discussions about refuse enclosures? Are we looking at what in the future needs to be there to accommodate these businesses? The answer to that is no. We're looking strictly to build a refuse enclosure to house what was already stored on the site and what's currently being stored in the alley.
Can I add to that, Jeff, before you move on?
Yes, and City Manager Mirzakhanian has something to add there.
I just wanted to add to that. It is important to take into account that the reason these, and this was as a part of Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Lesser's question, one of the reasons that only a small number of businesses are now utilizing those trash enclosures specifically is because the other ones have had to update as they've gone into a remodel permit and had to accommodate the refuse on their property. And so that eliminated the number of people who had to utilize our trash enclosure on city property.
Esperanza is an example of that. Right. They did a remodel within the last couple years. Previously had some of their recyclables housed here. After their remodel, they now are able to accommodate it on site.
Interesting.
Another one of the questions was, were there any charges for this in the past? You may have answered that as you were asking it, Mayor. No, these businesses have not been charged any type of fee or rent. So that leaves 2 questions that I haven't answered, I believe. One is, what are the actual current code requirements? So I'll defer that one to either the building official or the public works director. And while our building official, acting community development director is headed down, I'll move on to the question about, is $1,400 too much? What benefit potentially could there be to the public? I think this is one we might need to take some time to look at before we can answer.
Yep. And let me also address that because Councilmember Lesser, hits the nail on the head.
Right.
So the gift of public funds doctrine is in our Constitution, California Constitution. There has to be some public benefit, and the council would have to make that finding. For instance, keeping our streets clean. There are some public benefits
100%.
to having this type, and some cities have some central locations. It was brought up earlier this evening, like Mammoth has that, recycling facility 5 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the question. What's the public benefit? And courts give the cities a lot of leeway, and I just highlighted one of them, keeping the streets clean. That's a public benefit. So there could be a way to do this with some public funds.
We would rely on vermin and rodent, essentially mitigation and mitigation of water runoff issues, potentially as public benefit. And I would also suggest potentially a compromise where it's not the full $1,400, but then maybe we are charging the use of the right-of-way similar to what we were doing with the sidewalk dining.
Okay. We have questions by Council
Yes.
Member Trillian and Councilmember Tornay.
So before we go
Oh.
on to that, do we want to?
Oh, yes,
see what
yes,
the-
I'm so sorry. It's been a long day.
No problem. Ryan Heiss, Acting Community Development Director. I just wanted to mention, before I get into the trash enclosure code requirements, item B does account for some of the items, the code required items that can be exempted due to the emergency order. So there are some municipal code requirements that can be exempted.
But that doesn't include the trash enclosure because it's
Right.
California Building Code.
Yeah, that's the parking lot itself.
Right,
So,
okay.
Talking about just the trash enclosure, that is required to account for stormwater runoff due to our trash and our MS4 permit. And the enclosure itself is also required due to planning code requirements of screening trash. The connection to the sewer must have a trap primer to avoid gases from coming out. So there are code requirements that are mandated for trash enclosures.
Okay. So now can we go to Councilmember Trillian's
Yes.
questions?
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks. Don't go far, though.
Jeff questions. So Jeff, is this enclosure we're talking about, the $135,000, is that like top of the line enclosure? Is there like different options?
It is a masonry block enclosure with a steel roof on it.
I mean, is that, sorry, go ahead.
Could there be less costly ways to construct it? Potentially. To be honest, we haven't, fully investigated that. But, we did have a design prepared. They did prepare a cost estimate, and it is in line with what our initial estimates were based on information we've received about other enclosures that have been constructed. You heard earlier tonight about a $200,000 enclosure. So in speaking with our waste contract manager and others in public works that work with these, it's not out of line with what would be expected. Potentially something could be designed that's less expensive, but we don't view this as being like the top of the line, that there's other cheaper ways to do it. I mean, we looked at potentially doing chain link, but that's not compliant with the code.
Gotcha. So I like what the city manager said about trying to potentially tie it to something that we currently have to recover some cost. I don't know if $3 a square foot is the answer, but $3 a square foot, I think you mentioned 260 square feet. So even if it's at 300 square feet, it'd be $1,000 or $900 a month times 36 months is $32,000. So I guess, the city would then be taking on the additional $100,000. My question is there, what fund, maybe this is a finance department question, and what funds do we have available to us? I know the parking fund is doing okay, but not great, but are there any strategic opportunities to utilize special revenue funds and whatnot?
I will defer that to our interim finance director, Jones.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Onyx Jones, and I'm the interim finance director. Specifically, what funds could be available for that project? As you see in the staff report, we've been keeping account of the funds as they're being spent for this project. We have about $1 million in the parking fund, but we have other costs that are competing for these funds. So we can't say specifically what's available for just that piece of it, but we will be using the funds that we have. We may at some point have to come back to council to get additional funds, possibly from the general fund, in some form of an inter-fund transfer. Because at the end of the day, whatever decision we're going to make will require additional funding. And when we get the bigger project going, we'll probably have to do a form of a bond,
Right.
But that would be separate.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Tornay.
On the design of the trash enclosure, did you just calculate for the four existing, the four? Okay, for the size of the enclosure that you've planned, is it just to accommodate theoretically the four that previously had you been using the enclosure? Is it possible to expand it to other businesses that might be interested in using that enclosure. Because my one concern is that if we limit it to just those 4 businesses, the other businesses can say, well, why don't you guys build an enclosure down, by my restaurant so that we can use that enclosure,
So to answer the first part of that, what's currently been designed was sized according to what's there, what was stored on the site and what's now housed in the alley. It could be increased in size. What's been designed so far, we could potentially maybe add 1 more bin to it, but if we go beyond that, we would be losing parking spaces to do so. One more thing I'd like to add to the finance discussion is, currently we're anticipating the cost to construct the interim parking lot inclusive of the $135,000 for the refuse enclosure and approximately $200,000 for electric vehicle chargers. Including all of those, we're anticipating about $1 million in cost to construct the interim lot. And there's currently allocated to this project a remaining balance of about $470,000. So we will more than likely be coming back for some type of appropriation to construct the lot itself.
Thank you. That's where I was going.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
2 questions which sort of pivot on questions by Councilmember Tarnay. Is the cost incumbent upon how many bins we're actually storing? So if, in fact, one of the businesses wants to make modifications to their structure, thus there'd be fewer bins that the city would need to host?
There could be some adjustment in the size of the enclosure, which would scale down the cost, but not likely in proportion, as I indicated earlier, because we still have to do the connection to the sewer, connection to the water. It really depends on the number of bins and how we can actually configure it. We still are going to have 4 walls, a roof, a gate, and all those other features. But yes, it could scale down to some degree with fewer bins.
I asked the question because to the extent staff is looking for some direction tonight, should there not then be a deadline for those property owners to basically, whether they agree to participate in what the city is going to have to construct to be able to be compliant, or they're going to have to agree to host on their own, or at least submit plans to be able to host on site, remodel like the other downtown property owners have in terms of storing their own trash bins on site.
That is a reasonable suggestion, and we could go that direction. Likely, those businesses would have at least 2 questions. One would be how much of the cost would be passed on to us, and in what form. And the other would be if they don't, can't the cans stay where they're at? So we need to be prepared to answer those questions before we can approach the businesses.
Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you. Is there any possible way, look into your crystal ball, Jeff, that we can construct something that could potentially be implemented in whatever council decides to do with that property in the future? Can it be built in a way that?
Highly unlikely, because most likely to get the most use of this site, we would be going underground. And so for that reason alone, probably not. We could potentially look to see if there's an option that some walls could be, taken apart and then reconstructed. But once you start going there and planning for that, putting it somewhere else, you'd kind of, trying to execute that, you would cost you more than you'd probably save.
Thank you.
Great questions. Okay, so I feel like I don't know that we're ready to provide direction about the refuse enclosure. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to try something in the interest of trying to move this forward. One, we've heard that staff needs some direction tonight to be able to keep this temporary lot moving forward, which I think our merchants, our residents, our visitors want. I'm going to just say my opinion, I believe I'm hearing that we have to build a compliant structure to host an uncertain number of bins. Is that correct?
It has to be compliant.
Yes, if we're allowing the trash back on the site, it needs to be compliant.
So just to try something to see if there's consensus here is I'd like to give direction to staff to move forward with better you're going to have to come back to us with more information, but at a minimum, to move forward with the expectation that we're going to have to build some structure there to house trash bins. How many will be uncertain. There likely will have to be further discussion with the impacted properties and their tenants to better understand that there will be some cost, but there is an option of potentially hosting their own bins on site, but there need to be a deadline to make a decision as to whether or not they were going to be planning to do their own modifications to their own property or participate in this bin. And then obviously further costing, because actually then one more thing, costing for the property owners, but then also I've still not arrived at meeting the test that the city attorney described, which is the public benefit, which I think we can make a case can be satisfied, but the issue is going to be in the amount, the dollars, particularly given, as Councilmember Sherillian indicates in his questions, that we have limited funds with which to pay for all of this. But I'd like to give that sort of direction. That's where I'm trying to go.
I see that. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Is there any salvageable value in this temporary storage bin that can be used on the permanent site to maybe potentially defray costs?
That's kind of what Councilmember Sherillian was alluding to. I don't see that there likely is much, if any. You know, the underground improvements would be a loss once you excavate the site. If we plan to build it out of masonry, you're not going to be taking that apart.
Okay, sorry. It's not like a porta potty where you can.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we don't know what the redevelopment is. It's unlikely the redevelopment would have an open area to construct an at-grade refuse enclosure with nothing above it or below it.
I too, I concur with my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem, I almost called him Councilmember Lesser. I too want to move this forward and give enough direction. My concern so much isn't the, it is recovering some of the costs, and you can come back with that number, whatever it would be. I think our $3 a square foot. It's a minimal number, but we weren't charging for this. I think I heard you say the previous. So now we're constructing this and requiring them to pay. I think if they pay a little bit into it, and we can find some monies to roll it into the bigger project. But I think what I heard Kyle Ransford say is just ultimately come up, and this is maybe for the city manager more, but come up with a sensible policy. I think we're working towards that. Yeah. I think that's the goal. I think this is more immediate and short-term, immediate, and then we do need to come back and talk about just simplifying the policy, because it's, again, I too look down Ocean Drive. Everybody sees these. It's like, what do we do? That's it.
And on that note, Councilmember Sherillian, if these businesses who would potentially utilize this temporary trash enclosure were to come forward in the next few years with a request to remodel, they too would be subject to the trash enclosure requirements, albeit it may be slightly modified by then. However, they would then build their trash enclosure or a version thereof into their own properties, and that would over time eliminate the need for the trash enclosure, because when the new full project comes on board, they're still going to need to put their trash somewhere.
Got it.
So I'm going to attempt to make a motion. And now this is only for C, item C, because we still have to do A and B. But I think we direct staff to construct a refuse enclosure within the interim parking lot that it's compliant, and that we explore a little bit of cost recovery through the the $3 a square foot or whatever it is for that we charge for outdoor dining. Because then it's also not quite the gift of public, we're starting to recoup that. It's a little bit of pay-in, it's fair. I'm not going to try to get back from the the businesses, the cost of building this, because I do see a public good there, but that would be my motion.
So we're just addressing C.
We're just addressing C, and then
we'll go back to A and B.
Then Okay, it's been seconded. What would you like to say? What would you like to
I just
friendly
want to ask
amend?
staff, is there anything else in that specific issue related to item C that staff would like direction on?
I think this is good for now because we can ask our designers to move forward with the design of the trash enclosure, and we can come back to council to discuss cost recovery.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think you heard they'll make it as simple as we can. So pink doors would be awesome, so call for the question. Just kidding.
Motion passes?
Yeah, Councilmember Sherlin was the second.
5-0.
And then I would move that we continue the emergency action for parking lot 3. Councilmember Lesser made that motion, and Mayor Pro Tem made that, and Councilmember Franklin seconded it. Okay. And then
Motion passes 5-0.
I would also adopt a resolution authorizing deviations from any applicable provisions in the Manhattan Beach Local Coastal Program.
Wait, I have a question before the motion.
Okay, sure.
Just really quick, what deviations are you authorizing? My motion was going to be authorize what we can maximize the parking spaces and not have the landscape. I think I heard you say that would be my motion
Yeah.
There are a couple elements there as well.
Okay.
It currently would require a use permit, which would have to be considered by the Planning Commission or by City Council on appeal. So we'd like to eliminate that one.
Okay.
And the third one is the requirement for a maximum of 12-foot lights in the parking lot. We're going to attempt to accommodate that. We're looking at the photometrics right now, but we may need to do taller lights that would be more in line with what's currently existing throughout the coastal zone. So it's those 3 items specifically. I believe the resolution is worded a little more open-ended, though, so I don't know how.
It's broader because, and you're also, if this motion passes, authorizing the city manager to make some modifications. There could be things on the field while they're during construction that they encounter. And it's, you know, it's an emergency and it's a temporary structure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's.
Okay, did you want to speak?
I'm seconding the motion, but I just wanted to clarify, Jeff, and that is lighting, because obviously we want to make sure that this temporary lot is well enough lit. That is not the issue that you'd seek an exemption based on this emergency. It's more in terms of specific standard of light or height of light.
Correct, and it's actually just the
More.
opposite. We may need to go with taller lights in order to get the proper required light coverage at every portion of the
On a
site.
temporary basis. I've seconded the motion.
Okay, call for the question. Okay. Now, to clear.
I'm sorry, motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. Now,
Well done.
in tonight's discussion, though, even, it was in the staff report about permanent redevelopment options. We're not talking about those right now.
Correct. We'll be coming back to council with more information.
That's a good thing. Okay. All right.
I-
Yes, sir.
One more quick question for Jeff. So, again, looking in your crystal ball, is this something that potentially we can have up by late spring or early summer?
Yes, that is our intent. The plans are very close to being ready to submit for permit and to send out to bid, so we're anticipating getting started probably in the month of March with construction, and worst case, finish by May is our current schedule.
Great. I gave you a nice range. 2 seasons.
Okay, thank you. You
you.
may now take a seat.
Thank you, Jeff.
Great job. And great questions and dialogue, everybody. Okay, now item L, City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234. I don't think we have any right now. Future agenda items, I think Councilmember Franklin, you had
Yes.
something? that
Yeah,
Jocelyn-
I'd like to explore emergency shelter solutions somewhere in the city in case
Okay,
of an emergency.
all right. And that may come forward as part of the CIP, or just, you just want to be able to discuss it.
Let's discuss it. And see
I
what's-
would
see what
second
we-
that. Okay, and then what was this? Oh, I want to discuss the process for selecting commissioners. And so Can I get a second with that?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, any others right now? Okay. Madam City Manager, do you have a report?
Nothing to report at this time, thank you.
That's a great report. Mr. City Attorney?
Nothing tonight.
Okay, let me pull something out here. We're out of my hat. Yeah, let me just pull something out of my hat. We're gonna take, I just want my notes of when we're going to adjourn to, but I am gonna turn over to Councilwoman Tarnay in a second. But I would like to, we've had a horrible tragedy in our community. And I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of a young man who lost his life in a fatal traffic accident, Ford Savella. And if Ms. Tarnay could share a few words about him, and if you could all join me in a moment of silence.
January 7th was a really tough day, not just because of the fires that were burning, but we lost a beautiful soul in our community, Ford Savella. Ford was really young, only 18, a high school senior at Costa with a very promising future. So it's, as a mom, it's really hard to put into words how profound the loss is. So I reached out to Ford's friends and asked them to shed light into this terrible moment and share with us their thoughts on what they, on their thoughts on Ford. And these were the words they used to describe him. Kind, funny, outgoing, smart, empathetic, passionate, joyful, ambitious, cherished friend, brother, beloved son. And I would add a unifying light, because since the days of his passing, I've seen so many people to come together and really be there to support the Savellas. And I know there's another opportunity to do so on January 23rd at 5 p.m. at Maricosta in the auditorium. So the invitation is to the greater community. I hope that people will come out and celebrate Ford's life and support Savella and the Savellas and lift them up in this really dark moment. Thank you.
Yeah, so if we could all have a moment of silence. We will now adjourn the meeting to a closed session on Tuesday, February 4th at 3:30 p.m. right here in council chambers.